Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Give me a 9 up in the chat if I can be heard, family. Give me a 9 up in the chat if I can be heard. Love and light to the family. Love and light to the family. I salute you all in the name of the most high, ever-present creator. The all in all, the always was, is, and ever shall be. What's the word? What's the word? What's the word? Good to see y'all. Okay. Fair use. Fair use for education and entertainment purposes only. You know, we get to showing stuff, man, and people get to milly mouthing and being scared and yanking cords, and you can't talk about certain stuff online. They get to shadow banning. It's like, dang, what's the deal, man? We ain't doing nothing but shedding some light on the situation. That's it. How y'all doing in the chat? I see y'all in the building. Bless up, bless up. We got my whole y'all should all in the building. Peace, love, and light. Creative gang. That's the elder Imar, elder sister. Flow Ride in the building. Intuitive goat. That's sis right there. Miss Deshawn LaFay. Y'all go like, subscribe, sure. You know what I mean? Sis deal with the crystals and all that. You know what I mean? Make the jewelry. You know, she get out. You know what I mean? She definitely gangs. Y'all like, subscribe, share to the intuitive goat. My sister Deshawn LaFay. Bless up. Nazarena Scene in the building. Let's go. Who else we got in the building? City of Compton, Hub City in the building. YHWH'S Lifestyles. Y'all go like, subscribe, sure. Imar gets it in. Everything from how to cook healthy and properly, and down to how to make your own products you need, whether it's cleaning products, hygiene products, all of it. That's another one of our emails. Elder. Bless up. Yafa in the building. Yafa. My beloved sister. She be getting on y'all nerves out there. I'm already here. Keep getting on their nerves, Yafa. They be all right. What else we got? My brother Fritz Foxwell in the building. You know, that's the lion in the thickets on you, boy. That bro pop up out of nowhere, break down. You be like, bro, where you getting the breakdown from? That's cold. Let me copy and paste that, bro. Bro, like a low-key assassin. Don't nobody even see him coming. Bless up. Bezel in the building. Bless up. That's the A in the building. ATL in the building. Bless up. Bless up you and your whole family. You already know. You be banging too. I be peeping. Who else we got in the building? Dreadful Cosmon. My brother YAH'S in the building. Can't wait till that podcast get to jumping with you and Bronze, boy. We're gonna put that all over the social media. We're gonna get on their nerves with that one. Blessings to you, King. Peace to the gang. As seeing Nazarene Faithist in the building. It's my bruh. Bless up, King. What's the word? Keela Olam Kazdo in the building. Sister Keela in the building. Bless up, Keith. Blessings to you and your fam. Absolutely. Imar Robbie Dobson in the building. Kanaya El Patya. Another one of our elder mothers. Bless up. You did. Inspired toward righteousness, and we got it popping around this deal. Oh yeah, we got Raphael the Ninja Turtle in the building, the live wire. Yo brother and my big brother Cosmon Cal is in the building. Bless up. You know, they call us the Four Horsemen. I was looking at the Turtles, the Ninja Turtles the other day. You dig? It's four of them, right? So you know you got Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, and Michelangelo, right? So I was like, yeah, I will. And they trip off the characters. It's wild because Leonardo is the swordsman. You know what I mean? Like he like the leader of the pack. Like he the one that's most seasoned and all that. I was like, yeah, that's Sela right there. Donatello is Daryl Cosmon. He the one with the brains. He the science. You know, y'all know Donatello whoop your ass with that bow, but he got the glasses on and all the gadgets and That's Daryl Cosmon. The no-nonsense turtle was Raphael. Like, let nigga cut me loose, put me in the game, Leo, you tripping. He the one messed everything up. That's Cosmon Cal. And I'm Love Bro. I'm Mikey. Pop you right in your mouth with a nunchuck and laugh while we doing it. So yeah, Cal P is, we talk about the Ninja Turtle, that's Raphael right there. Y'all know about Ralph. Ralph was nuts. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, look at Deshaun say they all more like y'all to me. Yeah, the turtles, boy. Yep, Donnie was the one with the intellect. The you know, man, he was the one that was the inventor. He the one with the gadgets, was deep on the science. That's Daryl. That's Daryl. Leo is the sea lion. Raphael, the one in the red, that's Carl P. And I'm little bro, I'm Mikey. Yeah. Bless up. Prince in the building, my bro. He on the West Coast right now. Touring. Y'all keep Prince in prayer. Bless up, my brother. Leave that. Bro on the West Coast touring right now. Selah Shalom. Salute to the God. Selah Shalom. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. Y'all go tap on in with bro. Go to that playlist, especially if you just get no YHWH'S. Go to the playlist on Selah Shalom TV. Go to the playlist. He got all his lessons and categories and all that. And just hit play, open up your YHWH's and take notes so you can catch up on what's really going on. You know what I mean? That brother started putting them videos out, I believe, around 2009. You know what I mean? So yeah. He been around a long time. I've been around just as long. So I've been to syncing. You did, but if you want to get caught up real quick and get you a quick crash course on what a YHWH is talking about, I would highly advise you to go to Selah Shalom TV, go to his playlist. You dig, open up your YHWH, hit play, and take notes. You know what I mean? Straight up. Cosmon Cal in the building once again. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. Cal P, boy, you almost on Jehovah Chronicles 100, ain't you? I remember when you first started. That's how long the gang been rocking, man. I know it done went fast. You dig? But he almost on part 100. He damn near on 90 Jehovah Chronicles. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. Brothers out here putting work in. Major league work. Who else we got up in here? Bang, bang, bang. Big homie NehemiYAH. Just got the phone with the big homie. That's big homie right there, boy. Y'all already know. King of the Ville. Those that know. Salute you, NehemiYAH. You already know, bro. Shalom. Abundant blessings to you and yours, brother. May the ever-present Creator continue to guide you. Guide your mind, your mouth, your steps, your hands, and everything you touch. Remember that. You'll already know. Folk tribe in the building, baby. Bless up. On the go, Yazoo in the building. Yazoo, my brother. No way. My brother. Good to see you, man. Abundant blessings to you and your family. You know what I mean? Bless up. Who else we got in here? Anybody else I ain't shout out? If I didn't shout them out, you know what I mean? It's all good. Will Jones say, why you smoke that atheist like that? LOL, salute. Hey, he wanted it. You know what I mean? He wanted it, so he called for the thunder and he got it. It's all good. The thing is, creative gang, period, Will. We've been, man, we've been running through every platform. And we got more debates coming up again this weekend coming up. We got my brother Cosmon Cal. Cal, let us know when y'all gonna have it. When y'all gonna have that preliminary. But he battling Judah Nazareth. This is finna be a slaughter over the historicity of YHWH versus the KJV and all that. Man, that's gonna be tough. Man, look, y'all don't even know. They be picking, they the ones that be picking these topics, man. It's like, look, y'all need to read YHWH before y'all jump out there and try to battle it. Everybody is attempting to is losing horribly. Bronze Yogue in the building. You know what I mean? To produce on the ones and twos in the building. Bless up, brother. Want a blessing to your family. OG, Dre Day in the building. Another one of the Ville homeboys. Bless up, Dre. Dre Day. Abundant blessings you and your family, bro, and everything you touch, brother. Believe that. Y'all know we go back. They don't even know, Dre. We go back, boy. You know what I mean? Okay. Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, it's gonna be a slaughter. It's not even gonna be close. It ain't even gonna be close, man. That shit's gonna be like, bro, y'all debating like y'all done trip. And I understand why teanaturall wanted to do a team debate, because he has a stuttering problem. He ain't even gonna be able to convey to the crowd what he's trying to convey. So he was trying to have a team debate so he can kind of hide his shortcomings behind everybody else. But all them niggas talk alike over there. Nigga, stupid niggas. This niggas stupid, man. Niggas and the Torah and the YAH'KI and like they talk real rushed. Everything's rushed, but it's like they trying too hard to speak it too fast and they stuttering. And he got a major, especially when he gets frustrated. You know what I mean? He damn near short circuit. So I'm like, bro, you about to get, just on that alone, you gonna lose, let alone the information, man. The information is so fast. You know what I mean? That's gonna be easy. Cal say, y'all, I'm trying to get in touch with them, not hearing back, but I'll be ready for Saturday. Prelim will be this week. Yeah, I'm already know you ready for Saturday. I'm already, y'all don't even know. All us rap every day. I'm already, man, look. I'm already here. My brother Darius, a living son. That's Dre Day's son right there, y'all. Y'all see the connection? The homeboy Dre Day. Where you at on here, Dre Day? Dre Day is Darius's father. So now y'all know. Y'all see the connection? Right? And that's all connected through big homie, NehemiYAH. Yeah. We all connected. When I say we tied in, we tied in. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. Bless up. Yeah, salute. Okay. Blessings to your household, Darius. You already know, man. Tell my nieces and nephews and sis and all them. I said shalom. Will Jones say, let's get ready to rumble. Yeah. And then after this weekend coming up, after Cal, we got C-Law in the building. The exact that same time next week after that. You know what I mean? Yeah, the short circuit, man. I'm like, this cat, and then look, he jumped out there like, me and my wife are willing to put up money and we'll debate the Torah pups first, to create a gang or to watch me comic book or something crazy. You know, he was trying to join. I'm like, sit your nerdy ass down somewhere, bro. You ain't even ready for us. You know what I mean? And truth be told, I bombed y'all's whole set like 12 years ago. Bombed this shit, y'all. Like, it wasn't even close. I named them boys the Torah pups back then. You know what I mean? I've been took care of them. That shit was nothing. So he jumped on there the other day talking about somebody been running from him from over 10 years. Let me let y'all know what's going on for real. All right. Right after I bombed this nigga, it was some gay shit hit the internet about him. You know what I mean? From several sources. Like, you know what I mean? One of where he ain't on the live, so I ain't even gonna bring up one of the cats that exposed him. You know what I mean? But it was several reputable sources that came out with this nigga. That's back when MySpace was popping. MySpace and Facebook had just jumped out there. Man, they got this cat old MySpace accounts and all that. teanaturall. This nigga's on some homo shit. You know what I mean? So after I bombed him 12 years ago, and some gay shit came out about him, I'm like, I don't even take this nigga serious. So I even stopped paying attention to him. And like, he didn't even exist no more up until just a couple days ago. Some niggas said he was on the live and he was talking about we ran from him. I'm like, bro, look, let me tell you something. So the world can understand. You did fucking with me, you fucking with a real one, boy. A real one. And that ain't the brag. You know what I mean? Ain't no gay shit out there about me before I knew any version of the truth, or during or after, nigga. What is you talking about? Ain't no gay shit out there about me. Ever. You dig? Before I found out any type of understanding of a truth, while I'm in my present truth, or even after that, and I go to what I perceive as a higher light. Nigga, ain't never been no fag funny shit out there about me, Jack. Nigga, I'm gonna keep it solid with you. So all that shit, all that you talking about niggas that ran, no, niggas was bombing you and exposing you for being a funny boy back then. And because I'm a real one, I'm like, I'm not even finna entertain this cat. What you mean debate him? You know what I mean? Now, even off your own mouth, Sidnetta played it. You was talking about how you start going against your God, YAHWH'S, and he start putting he put a gay demon on you. You said that. He put a gay demon on you. You start thinking homosexual thoughts. So it's like, nigga, you verifying what these niggas said about you 12 years ago. So nah, don't flatter yourself, nigga. I ain't never ran from nobody, ever. Even if you was a bigger spirit than me, nigga, I'm still gonna show up and go out on my shield. So nah. You need to ask around about me, Jack. That's what I'm saying. Like the shit anybody claim they bringing out about me, it's goofy shit. It's like, oh yeah, he a 2-time felon. He was fighting some shit in court. You know, he was fighting the courts. Like, I ain't no felon, like on no sexual predator type felon, none of that shit, nigga. I was taking this knowledge to the courts, to the judges, and to the motherfucking prosecutors, and shaking the whole foundation of the courtroom, nigga. Yeah, I got charged with tampering with a judicial officer twice. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I ain't no felon off no sex shit. I ain't no registered sex offender. You see what I'm saying? So just to keep it solid with niggas, like, look, yeah, all right, well, what you gonna bring out? Okay, he a felon. Okay, what type of felon? What type of felonies he got? Tampering with a judicial officer. They said he reasonably calculated to threaten the damn judge and the prosecutor, so they called in a different judge and a prosecutor. Okay, what else you goofy ass niggas talking about? Finances. Mally know how to go get some money when it's time to go get some money. Yeah, okay. Now what else we talking about? Who I done stole some money from? Who woman I done took? Who I done murdered? What idol am I worshiping? When I didn't keep it solid with niggas. Yeah, so just to let you know, Judah Nasser, you dealing with a real one over here, boy. And before I was even any version of any type of truth, it ain't never been none of that shit out there about me. So why is it out there about you? Yeah, that part. So you ain't dealing with nobody that found out some knowledge and then got a little fame behind it, and you know, you figure you somebody. Nah. I was that nigga before I was even in what you niggas call the truth. Yeah. And I got blood. I got blood in the chat right now that'll vouch for that. Real talk. Will Jones, your opponent speaking out of anger. Let the book scripture throw your punches for. Yeah, absolutely. You know, sometimes you just be having to, you know, tighten these cats up, man, because it be goofy. You be like, damn, that's all y'all got. That's all y'all got. Y'all got, oh, okay. When they was giving out money, that nigga went and got him some money. You damn right. Yeah, you think I'm gonna do? Sit back and play with my thumbs? I'm gonna make it happen. You dig? And we did what we were supposed to do. You know what I mean? Shit, we ain't sit on none of that. We fed everybody and circulated. Man, we circulated so much money that summer through Israel was ridiculous. You know what I mean? I asked the real ones. Them niggas got paperwork. They got receipts on it. Shit, you do the math. We closed them boards. Them boards was closing at 11,200 a board, nigga. We closed over 44 of them hoes. Do the math. And we circulated that through Israel. 11,200 times 44. What number you come up with? That's the number we circulated through the nation. That's 44 households that got $11,200 a piece. Fuck is you talking about? Yeah, that part. That part. You know what I mean? Big homie Dre Day, never been fake or phony or any questionable acts to me. Mally, you solid in my book and shit. That's homeboy. We go back. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Let me share this with y'all though. That's like my shout out OIP Rising Power Nipsey Hussle. Nip and YG got a song out, came out back in the day. Last time that I checked, yeah, it wasn't no sweat on my rip. You know what I mean? Real talk. All right, here, let me go ahead and share this real quick with y'all. Bing, bing, bing. Y'all tap on in, like, subscribe, sure. Let's get her done. You know what I mean? Creative Gang is in the building, y'all. Y'all bring them, we raise them. Hey, shout out to my brother Daryl Cosma. The Donatello of the crew. Man, y'all better tap in with this brother right here, man. This brother is very, very, I don't even want to say deep. You dig? I wish it was another word, but very, very scientific, very objective. You know what I mean? Now, when we was in that, he had a preliminary on the Lions Den with the cat Ghana Stepper. He called himself Gideon. And man, oh man. Man, oh man. I don't know. I don't think Gideon know what he getting himself into, man. He don't. The Ghana Stepper ain't ready, man. But I was looking at the chat, right? Man, there was people in the chat like Creative Gang got y'all niggas looking goofy out here, man. y'all better at least read it before y'all run up on these boys. These boys out here kicking ass and taking things, man. All praises to the ever-present creator, man. No, man, we do this because we love our people. We love people, period. You know what I mean? Yeah, much love, much love. Y'all tap in with our brother. He on Facebook. Look up Daryl Cosmine on Facebook. Tap in with the op, man. Brother's got a lot to offer. All right, so let's present this real quick. Then we're gonna get into it. All right. Let's see, bang. Bang. Ah, there's something right here I want to show. All right, bang. All right. Take this off here real quick. Got y'all.
Plus, what was in the skies over Jerusalem? And why did it stop over one of the most treasured sites in Christianity?
There's a new video this morning that some say may be proof we're not alone in the universe. A UFO in the form of a bright light is seen descending over the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. The video is said to be taken over the weekend. Then suddenly the light shoots up into the sky. There you see it. Another video from a different angle appears to show the light doing the same thing. Those clips have gone viral now.
We've seen them in Mississippi like this, but never like never like.
Senator Holy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the witnesses for being here. I think it's safe to say that all of you are here today because you are opposed to government censorship. Is that right? Have I got that broadly correct? Okay, we can agree on that much. Book banning is a form of government censorship. Is that broadly speaking correct? Professor Knox, you're an expert in this. Let me just ask you. Book banning is a problem under the First Amendment because it's the government telling private individuals, authors, what have you, what they can and cannot write, telling the public what they can and cannot read. Is that broadly speaking correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So
Well, Elon Musk is going after the entire ESG agenda in a scathing tweet after S&P revealed its scores for companies last month. Elon tweets this: why ESG is the devil.
BlackRock is a financial giant. It's the largest investor on planet Earth with over $9 trillion in assets. That's a pile of cash equal to about 1/10 of a year's global economic activity. That means the money managers at BlackRock have a big say in how the world runs.
So what he's hinting at there, and this is a really interesting debate that's just bubbling to the surface now. A lot of congressmen and women are exploring this idea of proxy services. There's only 2 large proxy service companies in America that have, it's a duopoly, that have about 90% share of the market. So they're completely opaque in trying to provide any information. They don't give you the reasons they vote for ESG mandates or not. So they provide the voting services, they make the recommendations, and they're very pro ESG without telling you what's in it they're pro about. You have no idea. So what Elon's really getting at is saying, wait a second, if you're a BlackRock or a Fidelity or somebody else, and you're using one of these proxy services where 80 or 90% of your and my money in 401ks and savings accounts is harbored, I don't have a say in what ESG is. Tesla itself got delisted out of an index on the S&P as a non-ESG company, and my goodness, it's an EV company, and nobody can explain why that happened. So now we have a situation where we need to shine the light on ESG, and that's making a lot of these proxy companies, the 2 big ones, very uncomfortable because they make billions in fees. They're not accountable to anybody.
Here's CEO Larry Fink talking to CNBC in 2021.
And I've been on your show now probably 4 times every year at the very least for 22 years as a public company, and even longer when we were private, talking about retirement.
BlackRock is indeed influential. In the US, it owns at least 5% of most major companies. That gives the firm lots of voting power to determine how public businesses operate. BlackRock rose to the top of the financial system in a short span of time.
But really, the commander-in-chief is Larry Fink today. The guy running BlackRock is really the president of the United States. If we look at the kind of influence he's got in every industry, Joe. And he's like, well, I kind of feel bad. I'm ashamed that all the weaponization, the word, ESG is being used and all this other stuff. And Elon tweeted about the ESG. I don't know if you remember when Elon tweeted about ESG, saying the S in ESG is satanic. Okay. So this is a part where even a Charlie Munger, who is Warren Buffett's partner, says, look, I love Larry Fink, but I'm not interested in having an emperor.
It's hard to get more pro-environment than me. But like, we just don't know, like, we don't want basically some sort of like bizarre, like communism rebranded thing, which is like a lot of what ESG is, and to be inflicted upon corporate America without the knowledge of the actual shareholders, which is what's going on. And so I'm saying the public is being lied to by they're being lied to.
Kevin, Musk even went so far as to say these big investment companies could be setting themselves up for class action lawsuits.
They're pretty much running everything.
Yeah.
S&P 500, the number that 88% of the companies on S&P 500, 88% of them, the largest shareholder of those companies is either State Street, BlackRock, or Vanguard.
Just 3 companies dominate the ETF market.
BlackRock is by far the largest, with roughly a 35% market share of domestic market. The next 2 are Vanguard and State Street, both somewhere in, say, the 15 to 20% market share range.
ETFs reshaped financial markets in a short amount of time. More than 80% of all assets invested over the past decade have gone to one of the big 3, according to legal scholars writing in the National Bureau of Economic Research.
And then you go even deeper, which is even the crazier part, with the education, schools, like, the biggest union we have in America. I think it's National Education something. NEA is the largest union we have. 3 million teachers are part of that union. And you look at that and you go deeper in that with open society and who's funding it, who's the money behind these organizations. Comes back, Soros. How do you feel about the kind of power they have right now to fight against them? Because this isn't like a billionaire can come out and say, I'm going to go up against these guys. They don't have a little bit of money. A billionaire to these guys is nothing. They got the kind of control that can make companies fire boards. They can replace CEOs. They can replace leaders if they don't like. They have their hands so much into it where many times when people say the people of power, I'm kind of like, who are the people of power? Are you convinced these guys are really running the world?
Experts warn that BlackRock's work with the Fed could raise conflicts of interest.
What's unusual here is that the topmost people at the Federal Reserve are talking with the leader of the biggest asset management firm, and that in these moments of crisis, we're just going to this firm, not necessarily all other firms.
The company is now searching for new sources of yield. For example, BlackRock is pursuing real estate investments like student housing, apartments, retail, and office buildings. The firm also opened a lab in Palo Alto to explore artificial intelligence. It's even dabbling in cryptocurrency, but leadership thinks that it's little more than a footnote.
You make a good case that these proxy companies have a monopoly or duopoly in the market, but the Federal Trade Commission, I don't think they've gone after them. They have, though, gone after a lot of other companies, Kevin. You've seen this. Lena Khan's at the helm. She is an acolyte of Elizabeth Warren. I think the whole FTC setup right now is a backdoor way to give the government more control over American capitalism. But I'm really eager to hear what you have to say about it.
Well, that is an interesting narrative, but it's actually causing change in where money's being managed.
So Soros, when you're talking ESG, that story is a completely different story. You ever heard Soros's interview with 60 Minutes where he says, I see myself as a god? Have you ever seen this interview or what he says?
No.
Really?
He said he sees himself as a god.
Oh my God. Jamie, do you mind pulling up the quote? I think it's, if you type in LA Times, Soros, God. If you type in LA Times, Soros, God, when you hear what he says, it's like the second to the last paragraph all the way to the bottom. The guy asks a question, about who he views himself as. I want to quote it properly, exactly what he says in this
Is there
interview.
a video of him saying
Yeah, 60 minutes. There's a video as well. So if you go all the way to the bottom, go a little bit higher, on the quote. Okay, right there. It seems that Soros believes he was anointed by God. I fancied myself as some kind of a god. If truth be known, I carried some rather potent messianic fantasies with me from childhood, which I felt I had to control. Otherwise, they might get me in trouble. And then on the next line, when asked by Britain's independent newspaper to elaborate on the passage, Soros says, it is sort of a disease when you consider yourself some kind of a god, the creator of everything, but I feel comfortable about it now since I began to live it out.
Pretty much everything that NBC News and the New York Times have told you about the war in Ukraine is a lie. The Russian army is incompetent, they claim. Ukraine is a democracy. Vladimir Putin is Hitler and he's trying to take over the world. Thankfully, the Ukrainians are winning. None of that is true. Every claim is false, the last one especially. The Ukrainian army is not winning. In fact, it's losing badly. Ukraine is being destroyed. Its population is being slaughtered in lopsided battles with a technologically superior enemy, or scattered by the millions to the rest of the globe as refugees. Ukraine is running out of soldiers. As that happens, the question will inevitably arise, who's going to replace them? If the Ukrainians can't beat Putin, who will? The answer, of course, will be us. American troops will fight the Russian army in Eastern Europe. That's most likely. And the assumption is we'll win. But will we win? Probably not. The U.S., says McGregor, is on the brink of a catastrophic war that could very easily destroy us. Few Americans seem to understand that, but they should.
I think all of the lies that have been told for more than a year and a half about the Ukrainians are winning, the Ukrainian cause is just, the Russians are evil, the Russians are incompetent, all of that is collapsing. And it's collapsing because what's happening on the battlefield is horrific. Ukrainians now, we think, have lost 400,000 men killed in battle. We were talking about 350,000 a few months ago. It was in the last month of this supposed counteroffensive, which was to sweep the battlefield. They lost at least 40,000 killed. We don't even know how many people have been wounded, but we know that probably upwards of 40 to 50,000 soldiers are amputees. We know the hospitals are full. And we know that Ukrainian units at the platoon and company level, that's with anywhere from 50 to 150 to 200 men, are in piecemeal fashion surrendering to the Russians. Not because they don't want to fight, it's because they can't fight anymore. They have so many wounded, they can't evacuate them. And commanders are saying, well, if I can't evacuate my wounded, I'm going to surrender because otherwise the wounded will die. And so they call the Russians, and they all speak Russian, and tell them on the radio, look, I've got 50, 60 wounded here. I'm going to surrender because I don't want them to be killed. And the Russians from the very beginning have always treated the Ukrainian soldiers very fairly and very gently. And so they know they're not going to be abused or mistreated. They know they can actually be exchanged for Russian prisoners in the future. So they're surrendering. And I think we're going to see this army that we've been spending so heavily on increasingly melt away. And at the same time, as we're talking, if you look at this long banana-shaped strip of territory in southern Ukraine that the Russians control, if you go to the northeastern corner of that, south of this city called Kharkiv, there are major offensive operations taking place there right now. And the Ukrainian forces are being swept away in front of the Russians. And again, all of this happens in a way that is just not reported in the West. And in the meantime, rather than admit that this is a terrible tragedy that should be ended on humanitarian grounds, if no other, that the killing should stop, as President Trump said, stop the killing, we're going to continue. And this puts the Russians in the unhappy position of marching further west, because from the very beginning, Putin and his advisors were never interested in a war with NATO or the United States. That's why you've had such incrementalism, this slow grind of movement forward, defensive operations for a long period to build up the force, and then continued offensive operations. They have over 300,000 combat troops in reserve in Russia. And I think they're sitting there and not being released to fight because President Putin anticipates the possibility that we will intervene in Western Ukraine. And if we intervene in Western Ukraine, the Russians will be ready for that. And the consequences for us and for NATO will be devastating because we are not ready to fight the Russians.
Why?
Oh, I think the readiness has been on the decline for a long time. You've had an almost steady, uninterrupted decline in the discipline that makes soldiers fight. Discipline is a tough thing. We don't always understand it. Discipline is really a form of habit. And you build those habits over time through repetition, but you also build it under stress, under pressure, so that it sinks in. And then you build cohesion within the framework of those units. You don't build cohesion when you're dividing the force on racial grounds, when you're pushing people who are clearly unqualified up the ranks to command, when you're rewarding people for anything other than demonstrated character, competence, and intelligence. All of those things are demoralizing, destructive to military establishments. The Army and the Marines are suffering with it, so is the Air Force and the Navy. And there's no easy fix. And these cracks, they're just cracks at the moment, will become giant fissures if you go to war.
So you spent the bulk of your adult life as an Army officer, went to West Point, commanded troops in battle, you're a combat veteran, decorated. But you entered the Army right at the tail end of Vietnam.
That's right.
When it was famously at its nadir.
Yes.
How would you compare the readiness of the current U.S. Armed Forces to, say, 1975 at the end of Vietnam?
I think that in terms of morale and discipline, we are close to where we were in the late 70s. We have a lot of people that are confused about what needs to be done. We've lost a sense of what's right. In other words, you don't have people that have served long enough in formations to know what right looks like, so that you can see a battle group, whether it's a battalion size or brigade or larger, and you know what makes things work. You know what it takes to fight in battle. We don't have very many people like that because since 2001, most of the fighting has been on a very small scale against a fleeting enemy, running around in sandals with an AK-47, relying heavily on explosives, mines to kill and maim Americans. About 87% of our losses were really a result of explosives that came from mines. This is not an army that is accustomed to fighting anybody who can fight back. If I were going to compare it to an army, a better comparison would probably be the French army before the Franco-Prussian War. because the French had fought Mexican bandits, Mexican rebels. They'd fought Arab bandits, Arab insurgents. They'd had a little experience fighting disgruntled, demoralized European troops, Austrians in northern Italy, but they hadn't faced a truly modern enemy. But people were convinced that the French army was the greatest army in the world because they'd fought in North Africa, in Indochina, Mexico, all over the world. That war was a catastrophe for France, and that army was decimated in months by a Prussian army that was a modern force, highly disciplined, very competently led, trained, and equipped. So we're not there. We have equipment that is decades old. The tanks that I served on, for instance, when I went to war in 1990, were virtually brand new, state of the art. Those tanks are still out there. They've been rebuilt, but they're not new anymore. They're no longer as capable as they once were. You know, I'll give you a quick example. We have a turbine engine in the M1 A1 series tanks, and that turbine engine burns up as much fuel sitting still as it does moving, because it's a turbine engine. It was designed to be used on an aircraft. We put them into tanks. So that means you've got an 8-hour tank. Every 8 hours, if you're operating, you've got to refuel this thing. This thing also burns fuel at a very, very high temperature, over 1,000 degrees. And there are 40 plus connections around the engine that are very brittle, that can easily cause fires if accidentally they touch these little tubes that carry various types of fluid, if they actually touch this engine that's burning so hot. So the engine is so hot that you can track the movement of U.S. Army ground forces with tanks from low Earth orbiting satellites. So if you think you're going to hide or conceal yourself or outpace somebody, you're just a glowing target from space. To this must be added the ridiculousness of not having replaced that engine with a reliable, state-of-the-art diesel electric engine, which is much cooler, which can go for 24 hours or more without a refuel. And these things are extremely problematic when you go to war, because you have to pull forces back, refill them, return them to the front. That's not easy to do when you're operating as frequently as every 8 or 6 or 9 hours. They say, well, we put it on, I guess, a generator on there to make up for this when you're sitting still. The problem is that you don't sit still for very long in combat, because if you do, you're going to be targeted and destroyed. And that, of course, is what we're seeing in Ukraine. Persistent surveillance from space, from overhead surveillance, makes everything visible all the time. So if you're going to embed yourself in the ground, if you're going to set up a permanent position there where you try to fire from that, you're going to be targeted and destroyed very, very quickly. So that's why this defense right now looks a lot like World War I, because anybody who moves is identified and killed. The only limitation on your ability to target and destroy the enemy is ammunition. The Russians, of course, have no shortages whatsoever. You recall at the beginning of this, we have all these shortages, right? The Russians can't keep up with missiles. The Russians can't keep up with shells. Well, they have multiple manufacturing facilities operating 7 days a week at 24 hours a day. We have no surge capacity in the United States. It would take us many, many months to come up to that kind of standard where we could actually compete in high-end conventional warfare. And that's why people like me and others worry that if we get into a confrontation, that we cannot win, because the world has changed, warfare has changed, integrated air defenses will knock virtually everything that flies out of the sky, that we will then fall back on a nuclear deterrent, a tactical nuclear weapon that says, if you keep advancing, we'll have to use a nuclear weapon. We don't want to go there, because the notion that there are so-called tactical nukes, you've heard that expression?
Yes.
Oh, that's just a little nuke. So that won't precipitate a major war. The use of any nuclear weapon is going to precipitate escalation very rapidly, because your opponents will assume that if they don't use their nuclear weapons, they're going to lose them. So we're living in a terrible dilemma right now. The smartest thing that we can do is end this war.
What is Russia's objective, do you believe?
Oh, wait, what did he say? He said the smartest thing we can do is end this war. Man, they out there dealing with Stone Age weapons compared to what it is right now, man. You understand? Warfare. A lot of us are in that war spirit. You know what I mean? We got blood in our mouth. We learned that from our modern oppressor. He got it from the false gods and deities. Warfare. Blood in your mouth. You dig? Blood in your mouth. We ain't even figured out yet. We still vibrating so low, you ain't even figured out war begets war. War begets war. Even if it's a situation where treaties are signed, treaties is just paperwork to ensure, to guarantee that you're just gonna go to war on down the line. We'll be at peace for right now. But 20 years from now, we going to war. You see? Nobody ever asked themselves, what's the conditions of them spirits, man, that's slain in warfare? What's the reality of it? What happens? You feel me? It's warfare. It's bloodshed, something that the Creator commands and condones. Not at all. Not at all. But see, that don't mean you're not going to go through what you perceive as evil. You understand? War is a reality. War is a reality. You understand? And in order to attain to the Godhead, you have to learn how to deal with the evil that's around you without succumbing to it, without submitting to it. You understand? Some of us, I give you an example. Some of us are so, we itching to kill. You know what I mean? Because damn near every state is open carry now. So a lot of us can't wait till somebody try to break in my house. I'm headshot. You understand? But see, that lets you know you're not really ready to deal or attain to the Godhead because you could put him down without even killing him. You see? So even when you in around a situation that's potentially hazardous or even evil, you still got to use your wits. You still got to use Jaja's light. You understand? To know how to maneuver through a situation, because when you're done talking, you're responsible for the soul that you take. You're responsible for that. You feel me? A lot of us strapped to the gills. Can't wait. I wish I would see somebody looking at my woman. I wish I would catch somebody trying to break into my house. Man, I'm killing them nigga. Like, nah, what you gotta kill him for? you can detain him and put him down. You can stop him in his tracks, shoot him. You can shoot me in my pinky toe. You shoot somebody in the knee and make him stop. You want to kill him though. You see? But the reality is, you're responsible. You are directly responsible for the spirit or the life that you take. You know what I mean? And I ain't cool to done killed somebody, man. Feel me? How dare you even be happy? You know, some of us done been in situations where you just gotta handle your business. I'm not, you know, you still responsible for that blood you shed. You know what I mean? But look, you ain't gotta kill nobody, man, unless you press to. You ain't got to. You know what I mean? You can stop somebody in this day and time. You can stop somebody right in their tracks. You know what I mean? You take that knee off, it's a problem. Hey, look, all bets is off. Ain't nothing cracking. You know what I mean? So we got to check that bloodthirsty warfare spirit, man, because that right there is part of the image of the beast. According to YHWH's, the mark of the beast is warfare and flesh eating. That part. That part. Let me share something with y'all. Show y'all something. You want to know which book is more morally or has more ethics, so y'all need to sit down somewhere, man. Like, y'all do not know what y'all talking about at all. It's actually showing. Let me show this real quick. The ever-present creator is not a man of war. Let me pull that up so y'all can see that's what the Bible is talking about. The ever-present creator is not a man, for one, and he definitely is not a man of war. Okay? Let's differentiate, because y'all right. There is a difference. You sure right. Y'all saying something different. Yes, we are. Y'all not speaking the same thing. Exactly. We saying something totally different than what you used to. All right, let me pull that up so everybody, we had that pulled up. All right. Let's get into this right here. This right here is out on OSPI. It's called the Book of Judgment. All right. God judges against war. That don't mean warfare and killing and gang violence ain't a reality. It is. But as sons and daughters of the light, sons and daughters of the Creator, right? We have to use that light to navigate through darkness. If you're a son or a daughter of light, use the light. You understand? Use a light to navigate through darkness, because more darkness only begets more darkness. Now, you're not going to get light adding darkness to darkness. All right, but look at this right here. God judges against war. God said, "Now behold, O man, I've declared my first and second resurrections to you." So if you go on back to previous chapters, you'll get some deeper understanding. You know what I mean? And various other spots. It's a beautiful thing. All right. And in like manner is the third resurrection, but still higher. And so on are all the heavens of the Most High Creator, higher and higher, until the inhabitants of them become very lords and gods. Oof. Boy. You hear that? Say it don't stop. To be real, you'll never get to the highest of highest. The Creator never stopped creating. The Creator has an infinite head start on us. But you can continue to elevate and grow, just wherever you get to, and how much your mind get blown, and you know how highly trained you become. Understand this: you're still a baby. You're still a baby in the eyes of your maker. And you can become highly trained, you know what I mean? Well versed in the realm for hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, and you still a baby. Boy's a baby. Look at this right here. But you become, after you die, you become a Lord or a God. You know what I mean? Look at this. Nevertheless, hear, O man, the wisdom of your God, and be appreciative of the way of resurrection being opened up to you. So listen, all this is for your advantage. And Wasby tells you, don't believe it just because it's written down. You dig? Only you can be real with yourself and let it be known if it's resonating with you or not. Look at this. Now I declare to you, there are angels lower than the first resurrection. Earthbound spirits, you know, ghosts and all that, you know. That's why they got shows like Ghost Hunters and Paranormal, you know, I mean, different paranormal shows and all that. And they can measure frequency, you know what I mean, or the speed of visible light, nanometers. Anything outside of that, you got what's called invisible. I got that from the Selah. Shout out to Selah Shalom. Look at this. So now Wasp is revealing to you there are earthbound spirits, right? That knows what it says, lower than the first resurrection. These is kindergarten. These is PK, pre-K4 spirits. You understand? Misfits. Look at this. Now I declare to you, there are angels lower than the first resurrection, being incapacitated by various causes from knowing who they are, where they came from, or where they are going. Indeed, many of them do not know words of speech, nor signs, nor tokens, but are as destitute of knowledge as young babies. This is why. Now, these are spirits that crossed over, who are lower than the grades. First resurrection, lower than that. Now, this is what happened to them. This is why they have no type of understanding when they cross over. Look at this. Many of them died in infancy. Some of them were killed by abortion. Waspi talks about abortion, right? But it takes it a step further and shows you the spiritual condition of the aborted child. You see, you still responsible for that, father and mother. You still responsible for that, right? Regardless if the child lives or dies, you responsible for that, for the development and the cultivation of that spirit. Many of them died in infancy. Some of them were killed by abortion. Some of them were idiots, and some of them deranged. Now look at what's going on with them. Let's examine their reality, dying as infants. Because when you be selfish like that and go out there and have an abortion, or brothers pay for an abortion and all that, you thinking you getting rid of your responsibility. The reality is you still responsible. And look what you just unleashed upon the angels, because they got to receive that spirit. Look at this. Now I declare to you, there are angels lower than the first resurrection, being incapacitated by various causes from knowing who they are. So here you go, paying for an abortion, fellow sisters down with it, and you don't even know. You just birthed a spirit into the spirit realm who is clueless, don't know nothing about nothing. Hmm? Yeah, it's abortion and infant killing and baby killing. Like sometimes you told in the Bible to go kill babies. But this is the reality of the spiritual condition of them short leggers. So what God, what real God, whatever present creator, whatever inspired you to go kill children, nigga? Now I declare to you, this is the condition, this is the reality. This is what your child has to go through. Now I declare to you, there are angels lower than the first resurrection, being incapacitated by various causes from knowing who they are, where they came from, or where they going. Don't know if you coming or going. Because you don't want to handle your responsibility. You get all giddy in the knees and soft. Nah. You spilled it, you clean it. That's what creators big on. Creator ain't made you no robot. You ain't no slave, but guess what? You responsible for the mess you spill out here, man. Right? That's just. You responsible for that. Look at this. Indeed, many of them do not know words of speech, nor signs, nor tokens, but are destitute without knowledge as young babies. See that? Look at this. Many of them died in infancy. Some of them were killed by abortion. Right? Sisters, that don't mean you can't be redeemed. Brothers, that don't mean you can't be redeemed, but understand you're still responsible for that. That's your reality when you cross over. You got to handle that. Some of them were idiots and some of them deranged. Many of these live by fetal. Many of these spirits attach back onto their parents. That's why a lot of sisters get real depressed, stressed out, real heavy in the mentals. After they do that, they instantly regret it. You know what I mean? Depending on your condition or your mental condition or your, that child actually still feedles upon you because it's still dependent upon you to nourish it and cultivate it. And many of these live by fetal, and so that you may know what fetal is, behold, Jehovah has given you testimony in mortality, such as when a young child sleeps with a very old person. Look at this. That child is devoured of its substance. In such a case, the old person is fetal on the young child. The old person is said to live by fetal. So so your child that died in infancy can return in spirit, basically, and attach itself to you. Look at this. Now hear, oh man, the judgment of your God. Half the people born into the world, including stillbirths and abortions, die in infancy. Therefore, there are 1 billion angel infants fetaled on the earth every 33 years. Y'all highlight that. The number 33 is very important when it comes down to prophesying. It's a rule of 33. All right, notice what it's saying though. Notice what it's saying. Half the people born into the world, including stillbirths and abortions, die in infancy. So the reality is there are 1 billion angel infants. So there are a rank of angels in Huggies. I remember I used to make fun of that. Like angels ain't little babies in Huggies and Pampers, but there are 1 billion angel infants fetal on the earth every 33 years because they die in infancy through various causes. You see that? So there are baby angels out there. Absolutely. Look at it. These angels never obtain objective knowledge of the corporeal earth. Why didn't they? Because their life, their physical life, was cut short, either through abortion or stillbirth or whatever it is. So their reality is they never got objective knowledge. They never got firsthand knowledge of witnessing the sunrise or, you know what I mean, running through the grass, hitting flips, you know what I mean, doing things that humans or mortals do, companionship and all that. These angels never obtain objective knowledge of the corporeal earth, but are compelled to learn earthly things subjectively through mortals upon whom they are fetal. So because they were robbed of a physical corporeal life, all the knowledge they get about the corporeal life or the earthly life, they get through the mortals that they are attached to. But that's still subjective. That's indirect. You know what I mean? That's like you claiming you were active gang banging, but you getting all your street tales and your escapades from your cousin that's really out there banging. You not banging. So that knowledge you getting is subjective. Now, what you speaking about is subjective. It's indirect. It's not direct. It's not from experience. You see, y'all know coming up, they called them studio gangsters. Y'all remember that? When the cats used to rap about what they heard other people living through, or what they seen, but they really didn't have the experience themselves. So they used to call them, even on a low vibration, they call them studio gangsters. You feel me? But I'm just showing that as an example, as a comparison. You feel me? The angel infants that died never obtained objective knowledge of this physical earth. So everything they learn through the mortal or the human that they are attached to. You see that? Oh, y'all getting some understanding up in this deal? Y'all getting some understanding up in this deal? Go ahead and give us an 8 up in the chat. Bless up, bless up, bless up. Where we at? Where we at? That's right. That's right. Real easy to understand. Deep but simple. It's really easy to understand. Look at this. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples of the earth for this great darkness, these early deaths. Y'all see this? Judgment is rendered against all nations, including where you at. Stop acting like that. Where you at is just so benevolent. Stop it. Stop it. The Awash be so powerful it levels the playing field across the entire earth. And I ain't just talking about the false deities hiding in Quran and Bible. It's talking about the false gods everywhere. Now, hopefully we can get past these mealy mouth misfits and show y'all where else these false deities and gods is hiding at. You know what I mean? Yeah. We've been had. The entire earth has been duped into slavery to false deities and makeshift gods. I know you can't believe it. I know you worship the one true God, huh? Until he get exposed as a deity, then what? See, judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples on the earth for this great darkness, these early deaths, because these angels are thus bound to mortals and cannot go away from them until such time as mortals die. Mortals are responsible and bound to train them by examples of righteousness and good works to rise up. You still responsible for that baby soul. You're still responsible. You see your judgment? And because these angels are thus bound to mortals, right? They feed upon you until you die and cannot go away from them until such time as mortals die. You're responsible for that abortion. You're responsible for that death, man. Mortals are responsible and bound to train them by examples of righteousness and good works to rise up. Yeah, you still got to be the light. See, here you go. Thought you was getting rid of a responsibility, and you still held to train up this child or the spirit. Train up this child or spirit as if it was alive. But look, that's just though. That's just. That knowledge alone will shut down every Planned Parenthood from her to Nova Scotia. You do know you and the father are still responsible for the cultivation, upbringing of the spirit, right? Yeah. That baby gonna come back and feed upon y'all. Y'all don't look too crazy. Yeah, that baby gonna feed upon y'all, and that baby's gonna be attached on y'all until y'all die. You are responsible and bound to train up that child. You talking about you about to kill and abort. Train them by examples of righteousness and good works to rise up. Yeah, for the rest of your life. Now look at this. Look at this. See this? Ooh, wee. Look at some of this right here. Dragon Lotus, my sister in the building. Bless up, bless up. Y'all go like, subscribe, share over that way. Kenya in the building. Bless up. Brian Jog in the building. Bless up, lovely y'all. I be Yahoo. We gonna rap, King. Bless up. Elder Nakam in the building. The elder is spoken. Bless up, bless up. Now look at this. Now y'all see the reality of this. Over half the souls born into this earth die in infancy, and they gave examples, some from stillbirth, some from abortion. But the reality of the matter is what? You're still responsible. And now this explains why a lot of the sisters for sure, after they do that, they live to regret it. They become real heavy-hearted and all that. That's because the child is attached back onto you. And that baby is with you until you die. So you still have to live a righteous life and be an example and be that light, so the child who you murdered, you understand, can gain some type of knowledge concerning what a corporeal or physical life is. It'd only be subjective for them. It wouldn't be direct or objective. It's only subjective. But you still, even if it is subjective, you still have to live a righteous life and be that light and that example. You dig? That makes sense though. You spilled it, you clean it, right? You got to raise, in other words, you're responsible for the spirit that you take up out of here, regardless, from abortions down to murder, down to gangbanging, down to warfare. You know what I mean? You're responsible for that, man. Now, other than these angels, this is the book of Judgment, chapter 32 and 9. Now, other than these angels, there are those who are slain in war. Now, this is the video we just was watching. We're talking about, how the U.S. really ain't what the world thinks it is militarily. They got outdated weapons and, you know what I mean? And it's been a lot of killing done in the name of the God. On both sides, man. Like I said, it's been a lot. Look at this. Now, other than these angels, there are those who are slain in war, whose minds are in chaos, who dying in the heat of passion, fear, and anger become wild and bound on battlefields, or perhaps stroll away into deserted houses and castles and are lost, bewildered, and unapproachable. You see, this is the reality. All you young brothers that's listening, that you done put that pistol on too many of your brothers. But look what you produce. Look what happens. Look at the reality of the spirit that dies from warfare. Spirit in chaos, man. Yeah. You responsible, Lil Jack. You responsible for the blood you put in that mud out there. You ain't got away with nothing just because you can get you to beat it in court and all that, man. I asked them cats. They already know. You feel me? And let him be a vengeful spirit. If he one of those, oh yeah, you ain't even gonna be able to sleep. You ain't gonna be able to sleep. Your enemy get back when you cross over. Get to kick your ass, torture you, torment you, throw you in hell. So they go for the little joke on the streets. They go for slave master that had his way with our forefathers and foremothers. And yeah. You owe that back to the board. Soon as you cross over, those you tortured, those you degraded, those you killed, those you exposed to all types of sicknesses and disease, they waiting on that ass, boy. Now imagine you was a tyrant, worldwide tyrant, like a Joseph Stalin or Mao Tse-tung or Adolf Hitler. Good night, boy. Good night, boy. boy. Yeah. Warfare is messy business, but you still responsible for those you slay in warfare, because this is what they go through. Those who are slain in war, whose minds are in chaos, who died in the heat of passion, fear, and anger, become wild and bound on battlefields, or perhaps stroll away into deserted houses and castles. This is where your 100 houses come from. 100 houses, 100 castles. These ain't nothing but spirits who were slain in warfare, that are still bound to the earth, ain't went nowhere, roaming, and are lost, bewildered, and unapproachable. Yeah, they very first. Of these, there are hundreds of millions, and they are in all countries and among all peoples in the world. Exactly. Why wouldn't they be? War is something that's been going on since the beginning of time. But whatever spiritual system that you're involved in, does it explain what happens to the spirits who are slain in warfare, or the spirits who are murdered because of gang violence, or the babies who are murdered because of abortion? What are the conditions of those spirits, right? And what has to happen if they're birthed in chaos? Who calms them down? Like, what's really going on? Does your spiritual system let you know that you actually are bringing affliction on the angels who have to restore these spirits? And you talking about billions of them are born every 33 years? Are you serious? And then there's hundreds of millions of these disembodied spirits roaming the earth who are slain during warfare. This is the reality of it. See, you think, oh, he just killed Osama bin Laden and it just goes away. No, WASP explained, nigga, this shit keep going. And whoever spilled that blood, whoever killed them, whoever gave the decree, whoever made the law, all y'all responsible for that. You owe that back to the board. Yeah, death doesn't release you from your responsibility and your accountability. You still accountable for that. Yeah, hit different, don't it? I know all y'all sit back like, dang, man. Just think back on your life. You know, we ain't got to get, personal, nothing, just, within your own self. Now you can reflect and go on back within your own self and say, dang. You know what I mean? But at least you know what you need to do to deliver yourself up out of it. You know what I mean? Because you won't be in torment and going through all that forever. You know what I mean? But you owe that back to the board. You owe the person. That person that you did that to, they coming for that ass. You owe that. You know what I mean? And you're going to have to labor eventually to get cool enough with them to raise them up, and so you can get up out of there. Because until you raise him up, you ain't going nowhere, nigga. The reason he mad and angry is because of you. You murdered him. You killed him. You took him away from his corporeal or physical family. He got every right to be angry at you and get at you. You know what I mean? But eventually, even that anger that he has keeps him bound. Eventually, he got to rise up too. In order to rise up and experience what the Creator has for you, both of y'all got to let go of that and learn to love one another and raise up in light. Not sure about that. Both enemies need each other to raise up. Slave master need a slave to raise up, and vice versa. Creator say, nah, you spilled it, you cleaned it. You did that to your fellow man. Well, guess what? You ain't going nowhere to the lowest of them raise up past you. Then you can come on up here. Makes sense. Makes sense. Look at this. Of these, there are hundreds of millions, and they are in all countries. How about you fleeing somewhere? How about you fleeing to Jerusalem? Look, let me tell you something. Of these, there are hundreds of millions, and they are in all countries and among all peoples in the world. Do y'all hear this? It don't matter where you fleeing to, you still got to deal with the reality. There are spirits who are slain in warfare, boy. And they everywhere. Look at this. They are distracted and tormented with their own fears and bewilderment. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples in the world who engage in war, thus bringing these afflictions upon the angels of heaven. Yeah. But you remember, God is a man of war, right? Or the Lord is a man of war. That's the new thing. You can't use God no more. It's talking about the Most High. It got to be the Lord, the capital Lord. You know, capitals in the Hebrew, but okay, we're going to throw the capital Lords on all that, right? But it says the capital Lord is a man of war, and the Lord is his name, or Yahweh or Jehovah. You dig? But you read over here where it's clearing it up. Judgment is rendered against all nations because of that. What's up, little jokers? I don't even know. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples in the world to engage in war, thus bringing these afflictions upon the angels of heaven. Y'all hear that? Yeah. How does war afflict the angels in heaven? How does that happen? Because there are angels who have been put in charge to receive the spirits of the dead once they cross over. But if that spirit cross over bewildered, in chaos, in a frenzy, like it's having a seizure, now that very angel has to come up with methodology to calm that spirit down. Now, remind you, it's hundreds of millions of these suckers. Yeah. When you murder somebody, when you go to war and kill somebody, when you murder anyone, abortion, whatever it is, you bring affliction upon the angels of heaven who are in charge with receiving the spirits of the dead once they cross over. Because now they got to come up with different stratagems to calm you down. You see? Or calm the spirit down that you just took up out of here. Now hold on. It says right here that the Lord is a man of war, though. What's going on here? Let's see. All we gotta do is compare and contrast. What you mean? Which one is more ethical? Right? What about this? This is the song of Moses. This is a song. So after Pharaoh and them drowned in the Red Sea, Israel got the, they dissed them on wax. Israel got the banging on wax. They recorded a song on Pharaoh and them. All right, look at it. Exodus 15:3. Look at that right there. Look at that right there. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a difference in what we're talking about, because it's judgment against warfare. Because the reality of the matter is what? There are spirits who are born into chaos, bewildered because of warfare. Just in case anybody, this is the Masoretic text for anybody that thinks it's a game. All right, I can click right here and take it's right here, and it's gonna show all the vowels, all the little diacritic marks underneath it. All right, but see, this is read from right to left. So you couldn't get that off over here. Talking about somebody don't say no word of Lord as a man. It say God, but not the Lord. You cats are in denial. Well, this right here from right to left over here, this first word is Yahweh or Yahuwah or Yahuwah or Yahweh or Jehovah, whatever somebody's saying. But this Yod, Hey, Wav, Hey right here. Yahweh, Jehovah, whatever. We ain't gonna talk about or quibble over names, right? This next word right here is Ish. Aleph, Yod, Shin. This means man. So right off the gate, Yahweh is a man. That's the first two words in this Exodus 15:3. Yahweh or Jehovah, who they call the Most High, or who is known biblically as the Most High, is a man. It's a man. That was it right there. If you know how to read, look, anybody that know how to read this know I'm not lying. So I'm saying if I'm lying, call me on it. And if that's the case, then what y'all mad at Creative Gang for exposing that God is an angel, a one-time man. The Lord is an angel, a one-time man. The Bible tell you that Yahweh is a man. Right here in Exodus 15:3, it says Yahweh or Yahweh, Ish, Milkama, Yahweh Shamu. That's how you say that. It says Yahweh is a man of war. This is war right here in the middle. The Mem Lamed, the Ket, the Mem and the Hey, Milkama. That means war. And then it repeats Yahweh again, and then Shamu is his name. What's up, man? Okay. You dig? So that right there says that what? The Lord is a man of war. Right? That's what it says. So I want to hear it. Don't say it in the Hebrew. It does say it in the Hebrew. All right. Pharaoh's chariots and his hosts have he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. And this is a song. So they banging on wax. But it does say that for the next time anybody try to say that, it don't say the Lord is a man nowhere in the Bible. It does say it. Calls him a man of war. All right. The Lord is his name. If y'all understand that, give me a 7 up in the chat. And if they don't think it say it in Hebrew, to get in touch with your brother Malaki, and I'll read it for him. I'll read it for him and break it down for him. You know what I mean? All right, it is what it is. We get an understanding. Now we ain't, I'm saying, like, we ain't got nothing to hide over here. So let's get back to what we was reading. Okay, we was reading about the judgment, the reality of warfare. But notice the Bible says the Lord or Yahweh or Jehovah or Yahuwah or Jehovah, Yahweh, whatever anybody's saying, is a man of war. The Lord is his name. And the word for man, stop. The word for what? Stop. The word for man they use is ish. Ish. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Let me handle these little jokers real quick. Hold on, little joker. Wait. Let me show this right. Go back here. Bang. Let me handle these little jokers real quick, family. We back in the book of Judgment 32. And we in verse 12. What? Okay, hold on. Y'all trying to... Let me mute up real quick, y'all. These little jokers tripping. Hold on. Mic check. My bad, Judge. I had to handle these short leggers. You know, you can't let the inmates run to your asylum. You dig? Little jokers just getting up. They on a mission. All right. Yeah. Them little, man, look. Y'all know, look, short people, they wait till you doing something to get in your face. I could be on the phone. Look, they ain't messing with me. As soon as I get on the phone or you know, doing live, start teaching, they make it their business to get in your face. You be like, man, look, what is y'all on? Okay. But anyway, look, so we seen that in Exodus 15:3, Yahweh is a man of war. Man of war. We even read it in the Hebrew. That's what it says. Is a man of war. All right. So what we gonna do is compare and contrast. All right. Is that the same? Is that what we talking about over this way? And if that ain't what we talking about, how in the hell are we the ones in darkness? We the ones telling you don't kill. We the ones telling you don't go to war. But we the ones in darkness. We the ones telling you don't kill your child. But we the ones in darkness. We the ones telling you don't commit abortion. But we the ones in darkness. We the ones telling you not even to be chewing. Look, stop chewing on animals. But we're the ones in darkness. You see? Ain't that the pot calling the kettle black? Come on, man. Stop that. Where we at? Okay. Book of Judgment, OIC, chapter 32, verse 12. Now we understand what happens to the spirits that die from being murdered or warfare or even abortion, y'all. Look at this. Of these, there are hundreds of millions, and they are in all countries. You ain't going nowhere. And among all peoples in the world. They are distracted and tormented with their own fears and bewilderment. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples in the world who engage in war, thus bringing these afflictions upon the angels of heaven. Judgment is rendered against every nation and all people in the world who carry on war. But your God is a man of war, right? Or who are accessory to war, in which any man created alive by the Creator is slain in defense of any king or other ruler, or in defense of any country or government in the world. Bag drop, boy. What is you talking about? What is you talking about? Oh, running around her Gregory Hines tap dancing with a washby, boy. I'm gonna start calling y'all Tapalites, not Israelites, Tapalites. Because we ain't the ones over here spewing no darkness. We ain't the ones having to defend. Oh, dang, they called the prophet bald head. A nigga follically challenged like Malaki. Called the nigga bald head. Nigga turned around and cursed these niggas in the name of his Lord. And 2 birds came out of the woods and ate 42 children. We ain't the ones that try to explain that away and try to make it seem like it was right because they was joning on this nigga. Nah, man, y'all already know what time it is. You dig? Nah, you no longer have to defend something that you already knew was off. Judgment is rendered against every nation, every government who carries on war, who's an accessory to war, right? Anybody that was slain who the Creator made alive. Look at this. And whether any war is offensive, on the attack, or defensive, my judgment is against its aiders and abettors, and against the kings and queens or other rulers who are parties to war, willingly, knowingly, or otherwise. You see? Well, dang, what that mean? Like, man, so I can't defend myself? That ain't what it's saying. Remember the example I gave earlier? Right? You feel like your life in danger and you pressed somebody and broke into your house, or why you can't just take his kneecap out? That'll put him down. And detain him until the authorities get there. Why you gotta kill him though? So you gotta come up with certain stratagems to stop that evil right in his tracks. That's what we gotta develop. You know what I mean? But the Creator is totally against war because why? Why? Because the conditions of the spirits of those who are slain in warfare, those are chaotic spirits that are being birthed. You know what I mean? Chaotic, premature spirits. You know what I mean? Like that. And there are angels that gotta restore them. Hundreds of millions of them. And every 33 years, 1 billion infant spirits are birthed into the atmosphere. Somebody gotta restore them. So no, the Creator ain't condoned, or the Creator ain't sanctioned no warfare. I was trying to tell that gravel mouth Nick wrote to Corey that on the line then. He thought he read something about create a sanction. I'm like, no. It was allowed to happen so those people could learn to navigate and come up with stratagems to deal with evil when it comes, because evil is a reality. And learning to deal with that, you learn how to attain to the Godhead. Meaning you learn how to stop evil where it's at, so it don't affect you. You feel me? That's just what it is. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? So don't be so quick to kill somebody, man. You may have to, shot me in my pinky toe. I remember Harlem Nights. Eddie Murphy shot old girl toe off. Like, I'm gonna blow that crusted and all the fuck off your foot. You better stop. Well, he shot her right in her foot. You gotta be messed up. You dig? Because there's a reality, y'all. There's a spiritual reality. You dig? And you don't want to be bringing affliction on your brothers and sisters who are responsible for restoring these spirits and receiving these spirits. Because one day you're going to have to receive the spirits of the dead. And think about it, man. Think about all these spirits that are being murdered and killed in war and aborted. And here you go. You got to calm it down. That's your job. And I judge him guilty also, who is general. You hear that, General, your hog belly? General Yah'KI. I heard Nathaniel's a general now. They call him General Bishop or something. And I judge him guilty also, who is general, commodore, captain. You hear that, Captain YAH'KI? Sergeant or private that engages in war or takes part in it, aiding, abetting, or otherwise, in which any man created alive by Jehovah is slain or caused to suffer death. And yet, aside from angels who are in chaos, there are hundreds of millions who are in declension instead of resurrection. So even though there are hundreds of millions of them that are in chaos, you know how many angels that are not rising up, that are falling in grade? They're not rising up. They're not resurrecting. They're not practicing righteous works done unto others. They're not inspiring mortals of righteousness. No, they dark spirits, angels, below the grades. You know them as demons in your literature. Look at this. Such angels are those who in mortal life were whipped and tortured in prisons, or perhaps were hanged or otherwise put to death. Yeah, you see slave master. That's slavery right there, ain't it? Getting whipped, getting hung. Look at the reality of our forefathers who were whipped and hung. What kind of spirits were birthed into the atmosphere behind that? These angels take delight in evil instead of good. Sometimes they go about singly, and sometimes in gangs of hundreds and even thousands. In the past, the false gods used such angels to fulfill curses on mortals and to carry poison in the air and inoculate mortals with foul diseases. You mean to tell me the angels that carry foul diseases and pandemics and viruses are actually those who in mortal life were tortured, were whipped, were hung? And sometimes they be mob deep, gang of them. And that's who the false gods use to bring about pandemics and plandemics, and you know what I mean? It's crazy. Behold, in this day, my angels have shown you that they could bring flowers and ponderous bodies. Similarly, the false gods with their trained warrior angels who delighted in evil could cast mortals in death by poisons and suffocation. So the false gods got angels that do their bidding too. You see, true God, like, look, I've been showing you, that the gates of heaven are open in certain cases. It's like, you see, I show and prove that the angels that roll with me do certain things like this, right? But the false gods have their warrior angels as well, right? That specialize in death, poisons, and suffocation. Look at this. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples who use prisons. The prison industrial complex, sound familiar? That's where you at. You in the place that has more prisons and that has locked up more people per capita in the world. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples who use prisons as places for whipping and torturing prisoners. Wow. And against all nations. Y'all remember Guantanamo Bay? What were they doing to the so-called Islamic fighters? Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples who use prisons as places for whipping and torturing prisoners, and against all nations and peoples who put to death by hanging, shooting, or in any way whatsoever any prisoner or any person whom the Creator created alive. So yeah, you see, now you charged with coming up with therapies and rehabilitation system that really fixes the problem that these people are dealing with when they commit these heinous acts. You know what I mean? They operate from a place of extreme darkness. You see? Now, as faithists, you are commanded to come up with systems that fix the world's problems. You see? Like, it ain't just good enough to give somebody that's less fortunate some money. Now you got to develop that person and show them how to get their own money so they're not asking you for money. We got a lot of work to do, man. We gotta fix homelessness. We gotta fix hunger. We gotta fix education. You know what I mean? We gotta fix. We gotta provide a system to where we eliminate diseases. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that we supposed to be working on and building. You know what I mean? We got to fix people that are operating. You ain't supposed to just kill them, because killing them doesn't fix the problem, as you see now. So if you can't kill somebody that's doing something heinous, but you're charged with fixing them, then, you know what I mean? We got to get to work. We got to get to work. Because of what you have today, the prison industrial complex ain't fixed a damn thing. Society is even worse. You see? So what we know that the modern system doesn't work. Judgment is rendered against the judge and the jury who condemn to death any man, and against the lawmakers who make or have left in force a law authorizing death as a penalty against any person the Creator created alive, and against any sheriff or executioner who puts to death, willingly or knowingly, any person whom Jehovah created alive. And this is the bondage I will put upon all those who do not obey my judgments and conform to them. They shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven. Y'all heard this? You still heard. Talking about you hollering at high raised angels. No, you not. Most all that talk, most y'all hollering at spirits who are still her bound to the first resurrection. Y'all see this? They shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven while war remains upon the earth. You see? So all them captains and them generals and going all the way back, you know what I mean? As long as war remains upon the earth, even though their bondage is 100 years or 1,000 years, yet this my judgment against them shall not be put aside. He said, you bound to the heavens of the earth, or you bound to this earth once you die and cross over. And you are a general and cause thousands of people to be put to death. As long as war's on the earth, you stuck. This is the fruit of your labor. This is what you put into the earth. You stuck right here. Neither shall any king, queen, the Queen of England that just died, y'all know about that, right? Neither shall any king, queen, or any other ruler in the entire world impress as a soldier any man who is unwilling to engage in war. Look at you trying to force somebody to go to war for you. Put them on the front line. Did it during the Civil War. Put slaves on the front line. And whoever does not obey this, my judgment shall not rise. Whoever does not obey this judgment, in other words, meaning you going to force somebody to go to war for you, and you a king or a queen or any type of ruler, you going to force somebody. And whoever does not obey this, my judgment shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven while war remains on the earth. All them captains and generals y'all be saluting, and he died a hero. That nigga still on this earth, man. Ain't went nowhere. Ain't raised up past his earlobes. You clicking your boots and saluting this cat. This cat is a merchant of death. You remember that Chris Kyle, American Sniper? Everybody getting all crying and all. This nigga done killed it. Man, they killed the whole village. What is you talking about? But while war remains, guess where old Chris Kyle is at? Right here. Right here. Nor will I anymore consider the prayers of any king, queen, or any other ruler, or any nation, or people anywhere in the world who engage in war, offensive or defensive, or who aid or bet war in any way whatsoever. Look, your prayers ain't even being answered. You go talking about some God, country, and whatever else they say, baseball or some type of madness. But look at this. Your prayers ain't even being considered. You make your boast about the biggest military. You see this? But I will abandon all such people. The Creator ain't with all this, him or his angels. But I will abandon all such people, and my Lord shall abandon them, and my holy angels shall abandon them, and they shall be left as a prey to their own harvest. Their whose harvest? Their own harvest of evil spirits, and to all manner of drudges. If you spilling blood, man, the Creator and his angels will depart wherever you at, and you'll be wide open for all those evil, low-hanging fruit, mealy-mouth misfit spirits, minions by the billions, boy. Minions by the millions, should I say? See, the Creator and his program can't hang. Where's all that darkness at? No, we bothered. You want it, y'all can have it. And they shall be afflicted with assassinations. Intriguers and despoilers, and with anarchy, riots, and destruction. For they shall be made to understand that whomever Jehovah created alive is sacred upon the earth. Y'all heard that? Y'all heard that? You want to hear that, though? You like, nah. The other nations are animals. It says whoever the Creator created alive is sacred upon the earth. And that whoever does not heed these, my judgments, sins against the Almighty. Behold, it is not sufficient apology for them to say, an evil king will come upon my country and possess it. I say to you, old man, all countries are Jehovah's. Be his servant for peace and righteousness, having faith in him. Behold, your God has come to put away old things and to give to you the kingdoms of Yahweh as they are in his exalted heavens. Heed the judgments of your God. You cannot stop the hand of the Almighty. We get some understanding. If you get some understanding, go ahead and give me a vortex up in the chat. Bless up. Bless up. Bless up. I want to show that. I want to show that reality of that warfare, man. You dig? And then the compare and contrast is what? It says in the Bible that the Lord is a man, and not just a man of war. And you just learned today the reality of the spirits who are slain in warfare, gang violence, murder, abortion, all the like. You still responsible for that. You still responsible for that. I see the vortex. I see the vortices up in the chat. Bless up. Yeah, man. Look, think about all them souls, man. Like anybody that's been slain. Shit, crazy. Brian, I thought we was gonna be asleep for 1,000 years. Man. Chris Kyle, yeah, he had 160 confirmed kills. Man, can you man? Look, bro. Look, I'm not even finna play with nobody about none of that. I don't want to hear nothing else about we over here in darkness and we dealing, man. Look, anytime you and look, I fly quite often. They always salute these so-called vets who done killed hundreds of people in the airport. Stand up and give something for your vets. And it's like, man, look, y'all don't even know what the hell y'all talking about. Nobody has ever even explained to you the conditions of the spirits that cross over, the condition of the spirits who are slain in warfare. You ain't never heard nothing like that. Because now you know, if you're listening, whoever you kill, you're responsible for that. You still got to answer for that. And we understand that we are bringing affliction on the angels who are charged with receiving your spirit when it crosses over. Here you go and kill somebody and produce the chaotic, premature spirit. You see? You know what I mean? This is real, man. You can't play. Look, what we talking about, you know what I mean, brings clarity to the table, and it allows everybody to understand, look, you are responsible. You got free will, but with that liberty, with that freedom comes accountability. You understand? And then look, stop being so in a rush to kill somebody just because you can carry a gun around outside now. Nah. How can we stop that evil right in this place before it get to our door? Or even if it does get in our door, how can we stop him right now? You ain't got to kill him. You know what I mean? You can cripple him though. Hey, you know what I mean? Hey, you take a kneecap or two out. That'll stop him right there. Yeah, you can call the authorities and get him up out of here. You ain't got to kill him though, because regardless, you're responsible. You're responsible. You're afflicting the angels, and you just killed somebody. You dig? And if they choose to be vengeful, they come in for that ass. You probably ain't gonna be able to sleep. Now, I know killers. I know killers who ain't slept in years. Niggas barely sleep, can't sleep. See, that's the part about it. See, you get glorified. They glorify that shit in the streets, but what don't nobody ever talk about is you being tormented, your spirit being tormented, your mentals being tormented, the migraines behind it, the nightmares. You seeing the faces of the people you done took up out of here. You don't tell you about that. You see? Watch me tell you, the person you killed get at you, boy. Yeah. And if he ain't looking, you ain't being tormented right now. When you cross over, guess what? Yeah. You owe that back to the boy. And it ain't a God or a Lord doing it for you. You handle up. Cosmo Kyle says they call it PTSD, but it's actually spiritual attack in remembrance of the murders they made. Y'all heard that? I heard that. See, we come to bring the clarity outside. Now you know. You know what I mean? Y'all get up off that, man. That look, our people would never own that. You know what I mean? I'm talking about those who was really rocking with Creator and all that, going back to the beginning of time. We would never own none of that. You know what I mean? I mean, we'll defend what it is, to protect what it is, but we would never own that darkness. You understand? Like itching to kill and itching to eat blood and eat flesh and nah. We were more tapped in to what it is. You feel me? All right, let's get this. This is Book of Inspiration, OISP. Y'all see the title, Book of Inspiration, the Spirit World and its Influence Over Man. We learning a lot. Now you know the conditions of mortals once they cross over. Spirits of those slain, the spirits of those aborted, the spirit of those who die early. How they don't have any objective knowledge of a physical life, so the only knowledge that they can gain of a corporeal life will be subjective, based off the person they attach themselves to. Then you understand that they're attached to you for the rest of your life. Yeah, responsibility. Y'all heard that? Y'all feel that? It's different, don't it? Here they go accusing of reading and practicing some type of evil. Like, man, whatever. Are we in this book of inspiration? Oh, I speak, chapter 7. Chapter 7, book of inspiration. I created man even from the beginning that he should learn to be an independent being, says Jehovah or Jehovah, or it's not what these mealy mouth Jehovah trying to be funny. Like, look, for one, we not even what we bringing out ain't got nothing really to do with pronunciation. You understand? You mealy mouth misfits ain't in this situation that you in because of pronunciation. If that's the case, we all done. You say car, I say car. You say beer, we say burr. You say hair, we say her. You know what I mean? It's just so if it's about pronunciation, we all finished. But how beautiful is it to know that the creator is not quibbling over names? It's all about character. All right. I created man even from the beginning that he should learn to be an independent being, says Jehovah or Yahweh. You act like that the vowels ain't interchangeable. Reading the Bible where it says Isaiah, but in the New Testament it says Isaiah. And we got enough sense to know all that's talking about Isaiah. Now, so when it says Jehovah, why it can't be saying meaning Jehovah or Yahweh? Why not? I mean, after all we dealing with is character anyway. Character is going to tell you all day long if that's the creator or a deity. All day, regardless of the name they get put on it. So you were created to become independent. You know what I mean? And when my angels had taught man speech, making him name all the animals in the world, after the names the animals called themselves, I commanded my angels to come away from man for a season. So the creator, like after man got where they was for a second, he say, look, move away from it. Right? It's similar like dealing with children. They on the training wheels for a minute, and now they ready to ride two wheels. And eventually you got to stop running behind them and guiding that bike. You got to let the bike go. And they have to test to see if they got that wheel or not. Correct? Same thing with man. You know what I mean? Watching you, but look, come away from him, see if he can do it himself. You know what I mean? Look at this. To my angels I said, behold, of all the animals I created, in the world, to man only I gave the capacity, the capability to transmit knowledge to his brethren by words. Only you, man. Look at this. And only to man I gave the capability, the capacity to comprehend an idea of me, his creator. Nevertheless, I inspire all living animals that I created, but they do not know it. I inspired a spider to make its net, the bird to build her nest, the wild goose to fly south before the winter comes, the mare to neigh for a coat, the ant to lay in its stores, the bees to dwell in a queendom, and so on. By my inspiration upon them, I move and control every living creature. Create a code, boy, because creator is ever present. You know what I mean? So the birds is flying south for the winter, and the bear that's going to hibernate, and the spider that's spinning this web, it's all doing it by virtue of the creator's presence. The creator's ever present. Right? So those things that are inspired by him get to moving. They do that. They're not opening up no book and saying, okay, it's March 16th. We got to fly south now. No, they're inspired. And notice the creator said that my inspiration is upon all, but they don't even know it. But based off how they're moving, and they ain't referred to no type of instruction manual, and they moving out in packs, what is inspiring them to move like that? By my inspiration upon them, I move and control every living creature. Males and females I inspire to come together at times and seasons. Thank the creator for that, boy. Thank the creator for the coming together. Thank the creator for that one. You know what I mean? Look at this. Males and females I inspire to come together at times and seasons, and then to live apart during gestation. I keep these examples before man as a lesson of the wisdom of my inspiration. To man I gave liberty. I give liberty to acquire wisdom by observing the method of my work as I manifest in other living creatures. So Creator is all about the scientific method. After all, scientific fact is something that's observable and something that's recorded. If you can observe it in motion and record it or write it down, it goes from a theory to a fact at that point. Something that's observable and measurable, or observable and recorded. At that moment, it goes from theory to fact. You see? But notice what Creator is saying. And that lets you know that the YHWH'S is a spirit, it's a spirit book, right? But spirit and science, true science, go hand in hand. See that? You see that? Look at this. To man, I give liberty to acquire wisdom. How? How does the Creator give man the ability to acquire wisdom? Look at this. By observing the method of my work. You want wisdom? Nah, but you got to be afraid of God to get wisdom. Nah, he say, look, I gave you liberty to acquire wisdom. Just observe how I get down. Observe my methodology. And that is wisdom. Like, dang, that's cold. Right? You don't got to be afraid of God over this way to gain wisdom. To gain wisdom, all you have to do is what? Observe the Creator's methodology. Observe his method of work. Makes sense, huh? Give me a 4 up in the chat. 4 tribe up in the chat. Give me a 4 up in the chat if I'm making sense, y'all. Ain't trying to lose nobody, all right? I have also given man capacity to attain to know my inspiration in contradistinction from the inspiration he receives from his surroundings. So now you got discernment. You can discern, okay, that's directly from the Creator, and no, that's directly from my surroundings. Because your environment plays a major role in inspiration, a point. You can't act like it doesn't. It does. But notice what the Creator gave you. I have also given man capacity to attain to know my wisdom or my inspiration in contradistinction from the inspiration he receives from his surroundings. To no other creature did I give this capacity. What comes of me is without pain or injury to anyone, with liberty to all. Such are my inspiration. So that's how we know the Creator did not inspire you to go to war. He did not inspire you to kill. He did not inspire you to kill animals for the sake of your taste buds. Look what Creator is saying. What comes of me is without pain. Killing is painful. Is without pain or injury to anyone, with liberty to all. See that? Freedom. Such are my inspiration. Anything that's about putting anybody in bondage, brothers and sisters, controlling someone's free will and liberty, that is not of the Creator. It's not. Remember that before you get into your next relationships and all that. Don't be trying to put nobody in bondage. You know what I mean? What comes to the Creator is without pain or injury to anyone. Freedom to all. All right. When man witnesses a battle, he is inspired to battle. When he witnesses peace and love, he is inspired to peace and love. What moves man in consonance and wisdom and to life is my inspiration. See the difference? What moves man in dissonance and folly and to death is inspiration from man's surroundings. Yeah, you know your surroundings, the TV, the radio. Well, the TV is the teller of visions. The radio programming. And you go outside, everybody acting is influenced based off those things right there. All right, that's indirect inspiration. That's inspiration from your surroundings. It ain't got nothing to do with the creator. Look at this. I inspired a serpent to bite to death, for so I created it. This is no sin, for it fulfills its labor. It is the remnant of poison of other errors. Yeah, the serpents actually bit or took all the poison that was in the vegetation. That's why you can eat vegetation now. It was a time during creation where the planet was not suitable for man. Man couldn't live on the planet at the time. It was too hot and all the vegetation was poisonous. You understand? What the creator did was drive the poisons from the earth down into the plants and then use the serpents to devour it. You know what I mean? So that's why you got certain serpents that are poisonous. Look at this. Man, I created not to destruction, but to life, wisdom, peace, and love toward all. Not just your little zone, all. Look at this. When man practices virtue, wisdom, truth, and love to all, his inspiration is from me direct. Y'all highlight that. That ain't hard to understand. And that's what we over here talking about. Y'all act like we over here talking about going to war, committing abortions, committing adultery, rape. Like that's what y'all talking about. Y'all over there talking about is it lawful to rape and all. We ain't talking about none of that. We ones telling you opposite. Eat better. Eat like this. Stop chewing on animals. Stop killing your brother. Stop putting your wife in bondage. Stop putting your husband in bondage, sisters. You know what I mean? We showing you the conditions of the spirits that, you know, once they cross over. Showing you how you bring affliction on the angels. Then, you know, you responsible for the blood you put in the mud. Like we straight letting it be known. We putting it all on the table. So now you can understand when you're being directly inspired from your creator. Directly. When you practice virtue, wisdom, truth, and love all, his inspiration is from me direct. Look at this. When man practices destruction, we just watching the video of warfare, weren't we? When man practices destruction and selfishness, his inspiration is indirectly from me through the conflict of his surroundings. See, great, like you can't, that's not on me. That's an indirect inspiration. His surroundings is what got him acting like that. Y'all know what it was. Scarface came out back in the day. The next morning, everybody was selling dope. Colors came out back in the day. The next morning, everybody was either a Blood or a Crip. Menace to Society came out the next Monday at school. Everybody was O-Dog. Your surroundings. That's not direct inspiration. That's indirect. And thus, he becomes evil instead of good. Through direct inspiration, I move upon all the animals I created. Thus, I also created possible two men separate from indirect inspiration. Ooh, wee, ooh, wee, ooh, wee. I know. You just swore we was into some type of seances and devil worship. And no, we telling you, you responsible for that for what you doing out here, man. You responsible for that blood you put in the mud. We don't want to tell you don't murder, don't kill. You know what I mean? Stop being a misfit. Take responsibility. And if you are involved in this, guess what? As long as war remains on the earth, all them generals, y'all get y'all rear end tight for and click your heels when they walk by, man. Look, them cats ain't went nowhere. Them cats ain't went nowhere. They ain't rose up past the first resurrection. They on earth bound. And I'm never telling none of my people go to the military. You done lost your damn mind. You crazy war break, man. Look, don't be going to war for this country. You crazy. I'm going to war, period. You dig? Because there's going to be a situation. There's a reality that you're not ready to deal with, but you're going to have to deal with it when you cross over. See, why is it that YHWH'S offers the most clarity when it comes to the spirit world? down to what you're going to be doing for the first 1,070 years you cross over. The education, the training, you know, the condition of the spirits that were slain, is all type of stuff. You know what I mean? The foolishness of the false gods and how they going to attempt to put you in slavery. By you willingly bowing and worshiping a god, there you go. You see, we the ones over here, if you just be real with yourself and let go of the personal biases, how you say that? Biases. Your biases and your prejudices, you could really understand and see how beautiful, you know what I mean, this read is. It's a beautiful read. You know what I mean? You'll be able to see the symmetry, the harmony, things. And then you'll start seeing the creator start proving. Like And I seen something the other day that was like, wow. And it's crazy because the people I was around don't know nothing about what we be talking about. You know what I mean? Like I'm in the HVAC field. So it's a lot of electricity and magnetism that you got to learn. You know what I mean? 3-phase and, you know what I mean? Different things like contactors and capacitors, you know, compressors and all this different stuff. So I train hands-on in the field, and then it's classes that we take, like, you know what I mean, on the iPad and all that. So we was going over electromagnetism, right? And they got to talking about how a magnetic field is produced through coiled wire. You know what I mean? A live wire and all that, right? And they showed it, right? They showed a wire that was live, and they showed another wire coiling or wrapping around it, like in a vortex form. And the magnetic field that it formed, y'all, was a vortex. So, of course, they don't call it a vortex. They like, you know, the spinning motion that you see. They went from that to even down to the electrons and showed that everything was spinning. Everything was spinning. I was just sitting there smiling like, dog, I just saw in real time. You know what I mean? Creator just proved himself to be in real time. You know what I mean? Because I already read in Cosmogony and Prophecy, you know, WASPI, that all of it, magnetism, electricity, gravity, all these things, colors, sounds, all these things, you know what I mean? The healing properties and herbs is just liberated vortex. It's the vortex. You know what I mean? It just registered different. Like it would. So in other words, there would be no cold air, warm air. There would be no light. None of it without a vortex. And again, dealing with in the HVAC field, we deal with electricity. You know what I mean? And for them to show that, they showed it in real time right in front of me. I couldn't do nothing but smile. I said, dang, look at the vortex. Crazy, right? There is no light without vortex. There has to be some type of vortexing current for a light to be produced. You know what I mean? And I was like, wow. I'm talking about right in my face in real time. I was like, dang, that's wild, man. I got to take pictures, posting them up in the chat, like, man, look what I just saw. You feel me? But it take for that. Like, yeah, open up that old WASPI, get to read, and then try to disprove it. Especially like the science parts of it, like the cosmogony and oh my God, bro, it's crazy. Book of Inspiration, chapter 8, verse 1. Let's get into it. All right, what we got going on? Nehemiah say game-changing teaching. Absolutely. Yeah, but Imam Huba said people would just take the time and listen, they would get their questions answered. Absolutely. 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 All right, chapter 8, verse 1. Although all inspiration goes directly from me to all the living, yet I also created man susceptible to indirect inspiration from all my creations. Whatever receives from me direct is in harmony with me. See? You've been told there's a buffer between you and the creator. Look at that. The lily and the rose I created perfect in their order. The female bird I inspired to build her nest in season, perfect in her order. And it is so with all my created beings, except man. All the rest do not err. In the order I made them, and they all fulfill the glory for which I made them. But because I made man with the capacity to receive inspiration from all things, he manifests both evil and good. There it is. This is why man can either be evil or good. Why? Because man was made with the capacity, with the capability to receive inspiration from all things. That's why. He manifests both evil and good according to his birth and surroundings. According to his birth and surroundings. So is man good or bad? Yeah, environment has a lot to do with your makeup. You know what I mean? Who you are, character. And that's why we got to get up out of hoops, y'all. Y'all already know. It's still a go with me, land, and then create our own world, our own, communal thing going on, but create our own world and all that outside all this. Because the cities ain't gonna do nothing but continue to get darker, sink lower and lower. You feel me? So eventually we gonna have to be up off the what they call off the grid, or at least out the cities. You know what I mean? Building the Creator's kingdom right here in this earth. Look at this. Nevertheless, I created man with the capacity to comprehend this also. For so I designed him from the start to work his way up to the Godhead, understanding all below him. Look how cold the Creator is, man. Look how cold. You see that? That's cold, man. That's cold. This is why. He told you, you know what I mean? He created you so you could work your way up to the Godhead. So you can sit as God one day. So when you hear us be like, hey, peace to the righteous gods and Nirvani and goddesses, y'all, we don't worship any God over this way. And hell no, we not atheists. We're servants and children of the ever-present Creator. And we serve him by the righteous work that we do unto others. We more concerned about everybody else's salvation than our own. But the righteous work we do unto others guarantees we have salvation. You know what I mean? Talking about righteous work. Eliminate them idols and work on being as solid and as stand up and as righteous as possible with everyone you run across. There's a reason why you were created the way you were created, so you can attain to the Godhead. Nevertheless, I created man with the capacity to comprehend this also, for so I designed him from the start to work his way up to the Godhead, understanding all below him. So that means you'll be a stand-up and a righteous ruler of the heavens and the earth. Because you understand what your little brothers and sisters are going through, because you were once a one-time man on the earth. God is not the creator. The creator is the creator of all gods, including the one you worship. And if you worship any god, that god is false. True God don't want your worship or your praise or your prayers. Only brotherhood. Only for you to inspire to rise up and do righteousness unto others. That's it. So yeah, you were created from the beginning to work your way up to the Godhead, and through that you could be a God that would have sympathy on those that were beneath him. And I sent my angels to man, teaching them how to distinguish, how to tell the difference in the inspirations upon him, so that he could govern himself accordingly. Now listen, we learning today. Look at this. And my angel said to man, become one with your creator. These are his direct inspirations. Don't we want to know what his direct inspirations are? I know I do. I want to know with absolute certainty I'm being inspired by the creator. Don't you? If you want to know with absolute certainty where your inspiration is coming from, give me a 3 up in the chat. Let me see if y'all listening. Who listening around this deal, man? I want to know who listening. What's going on, man? Because all this is pertinent information. And for all you mealy-mouth misfits who got a problem with what we talking about, if you can get past, look, if you could vibrate a little higher and get past that colorism, we already broke it down for you. The Ions ain't talking about Europeans today, and the drugs ain't talking about you niggas today. They're talking about primitive man who ain't even on the earth no more. That's what YAH'KI tell you. These are extinct. If you can get past that, man, this is a very harmonious read. It's more answers than questions. You know what I mean? You got to get into it. And a lot of our people don't look right running their mouth against what we talking about, y'all, because they ain't ready. You ain't even take no time to read nothing. You know what I mean? You too busy on TikTok and all this extra madness trying to, you know, keep up with the Joneses. Us, we over here, you know, shining the light of the Creator, loving on one another. You know what I mean? Helping to raise each other up and all that, encouraging one another. You see what I'm saying? No matter what our shortcomings are, because we all got them. You dig? But we on that right path, though. You can't tell me we not. I was talking to Big Homie earlier. You know what I mean? I was talking to NehemiYAH earlier. I'm like, man, ain't NAM, ain't NAM Millie Mouth slanderous y'all Negro even can point to one video of us talking evil and satanic. You may bump into something you disagree with, but you can't point out no evil shit that we talking about, because that ain't what we talking about. We're not. Okay, yeah. Right? All I see is threes in the chat. Threes. Drink some of this water. All I see is threes in the chat. You know what I mean? I want to know if I'm like with absolute certainty I'm being inspired. Okay? Or who I'm being inspired. Is it Creator or is it a deity? Let's see. Let's see. And my angel said to man, become one with your Creator. These are his direct inspirations. To love your Creator above all else. You got to ask yourself that. And if you do, why you keep bringing up somebody else? Either you understand our Creator is sufficient in all, for all, and overall, or you still may be stuck in some type of idolatry. To love your Creator above all else and your neighbor as yourself. See, that's why we can read Mark the 12th chapter and we read Yahshua is saying that. That's what Creator teaches. That's right, exactly. Yahshua taught the same thing, Mark 12th chapter. Your Creator above all else and love your neighbors yourself. That's what he taught. So you can take the, oh, you brothers ain't messianic. Yes, we are, more than you. Nigga, what is you talking about? And we ain't running around here confused about which, like what Messiah you, or what Christ you talking about, or what Yahshua you talking about. Who you talking about? Who Paul was talking about? Because that ain't who we talking about. Yeah, that part. Yeah, that part rocked your world, didn't it? You so scared you dare not push that conversation even forward, or further, even more. Most of y'all running around here talking about Messiah or Yahshua and claim y'all got the stamp on what being messianic is, and not even realizing your whole understanding of who Yahshua is from Saul of Tarsus, Paul. To love your Creator above all else and your neighbor as yourself. To give delights only. To give delights only and not pain. See, so your Creator ain't inspired you to kill nobody. To give delights only and not pain. To not kill. To not do violently against his creatures. To be considerate of the liberty of all the living. To not interdict the happiness and hope of others, except only where in its place you can return a transcendent glory and hope. For these are direct inspirations from your Creator. Bag drop, boy. This is what we talking about over here. This is what we talking about. Right here. Direct inspiration from the Creator. To give the lights only and not pain. For one, creator above all else, and you love your neighbors yourself. To give the lights only. And y'all, they got to do with how we speak to one another too. Especially you married folk, or your folk that's in your relationships. What's the new word? That situationship. I got hit with that the other day. Like, what in the hell is that? What the hell is a situationship? I don't want to be on that ship. I'm cool. But that comes down to how we speak to one another too, man. You know what I mean? Like if your words are giving pain, not delight, and here you go. Y'all supposed to be together, one flesh. Y'all feeling good amongst you. Y'all make each other feel good. Loin warfare, love you, and you know what I mean. And then we turn around and say some of the most harsh, some of the most like hideous things you can say out your mouth with purpose to hurt, cut, and destroy that person. You ain't saying it to build them up. You saying it to bring them down. You see? So when it says to give the lights only and not pain, brothers and sisters, that also has to do with how we speak with each other, talk to one another. You know what I mean? Especially if those of y'all that call yourselves in y'all situationships. I said, boy, that's a new one. What the hell is a situationship? All right, to not kill. And that applies not only to mankind, y'all, but also to animals. This is how you prove that. Verse 12. To not do violently against his creatures. There it is. You see that? You're not supposed to do violently to any creatures of the Creator. That's how we know that flesh eating is off. To be considerate of the liberty of all living. See that? All these are direct inspirations from your Creator. But these are your evil inspirations, oh man. These come from your birth and surroundings, formerly called who? Satan. Look at this. To kill. These are your evil inspirations. This is how you know the difference between direct and indirect. If it's of the Creator or if it's not. Is it about killing? Is it about slander? We got that bad as a people. We got that bad as all people, for real. You can't wait to slander somebody. Ooh, did y'all hear about so-and-so? I was saying earlier about old boy, Judah Natsra. You did. Like even when, like I bombed his whole set like 12 years ago. Called them boys. I took the Torah Knights off them boys and called them Torah pups. The videos still out there. I dogged them. You know what I mean? But right after that, there was a lot of stuff coming out that he was a funny boy. You dig? So instead of me jumping on that bandwagon and running my mouth at him when he was going through what he was going through, I just ignore it. Like, you ain't even on my radar no more. You dig? Because you going through like I'm a real one, so there ain't nothing like that out there about me ever. You dig? So I was telling them then, look, you need to get your stuff together before you call yourself trying to debate me. You dig? Because I'm not about to be going back and forth with no funny boy about nothing. You know what I mean? So anyway, when it comes down to the slander and all that, because, you know, we got that bad as people, man. Like, that's not no righteous inspiration. But you really didn't even need to read that to know that. You know slandering is evil. You know what I mean? You say the wrong thing about somebody and a certain person here, you can get that person killed. It was slander. It is. To punish, to destroy the Creator's created beings, to strive for yourself, selfish, above another, to gratify your flesh at the expense of purity or wisdom. Wow. To be false to Jehovah, to be false to yourself. Well, y'all out here lying. Out here lying. When your boy YAH'KI, talking about some at creation, the Most High didn't give orders to man. Sit your ass down, boy. You don't know what you're talking about. Go right to Genesis 1 and read 7 to 8 commands or orders he gave man. Or Naphtali pulling out a timeline. I got a book. It has a map right here. And it says 6,000 to 12,000 years. You dig? We got your book. It don't say none of that. Sit down. You being false to yourself. You're speaking falsely. You're being inspired by an evil angel at this point. You see? It ain't hard to tell. All you got to do is slow down, man. Slow down. You'll see it all. To be false to Jehovah, to be false to yourself, to speak falsely out of the line, to covet another's, to cohabit in the gestational period. Brothers, yeah, when your woman pregnant, you ain't supposed to be laying with her. I know, they say that's the best time to they say, I mean, I ain't, I got a whole bunch of children, but I wouldn't know nothing about that. But yeah. You ain't during the gestational period, you're not supposed to be, making whoopee. Look at this right here. To engage in strife or to aid in the bet conflicts. So you go betting on it, which are the fruit of carnivorous food transmitted in birth. You mean to tell me a lot of that evil inspiration got to do with the food you throwing down your trap, boy? Dang, man. If y'all get some understanding, give me a vortex up in the chat. Bless up. Now we know the difference between direct and indirect, or direct and evil inspiration, don't? And trip off this, y'all. Everything we just read was common sense. You already knew it. You knew it before you even read it in there. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, I see waters is popping. Let's get into chapter 9. Ain't hard to understand, y'all. You gotta take yourself a bite of it, man. Take yourself a bite of it, all right? Let's read a couple more of these chapters. A couple more of these chapters, you know what I mean? And I ain't heard nothing evil yet that the Creator is sanctioning or condoning. Nothing. You know what I mean? Nothing. Look at me. Look at y'all. Y'all like shit. I'm still killing ants, flies, mosquitoes. Hey, we get there, man. The beautiful thing about a WASP is whatever you involved in, you know what you need to do to rise up and deliver yourself. That's the beautiful thing about it. Ran into one of my beloved brothers not that long ago. He was running his mouth against us, like going back since like 2021, especially we had switched up to Eden. We just started bumping into a lot of these high vibrational teachings, like the Nazarene and Saint teachings. That's heavy on diet and spirit, and how your diet is connected to your spiritual progression and all that. And the WASP is too. When we start getting into, because both books are big on not chewing on animals and eliminating animals out of your diet and all that. You know what I mean? The actual Essene teachings actually teach you how to heal yourself from sickness. You know what I mean? So WASP too. All right, so when we start bringing that out, one of my bros too. I'm still, I talked to him not that long ago. He's doing pretty good. But when we bring this out, he started running his mouth heavy from what I'm hearing. You know what I mean? I was busy dropping Nazarene editions, but I talked to him probably like a month ago. I ain't gonna say the brother name, but y'all know him. Y'all know him. He was a good brother. He did. Funny dude, but he was like, yeah, bro, I don't know if you know. I damn near died from diabetes last year. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, man. Shit, that's why that's how I lost a gang of weight now. You know what I mean? He was like, he said, man, I had to cut down majorly on all that flesh I was eating. He said, I ain't go all the way vegan, though, and all that. He said, man, but I was eating watermelon and grapes and You know what I mean? And he said if I did eat some flesh, it was like once a month or something. But for the most part, he was like, I flushed out and all that. And he was like, he went back to the doctor and he ain't even got that no more. Everything is yielding. His pancreas is yielding the right amount of insulin to where he ain't even got to take no type of insulin shots and none of that. He was like, man, I beat it in like 130 days, I think it was, he was saying. He did. And, but he brought up the vegan thing and started laughing. He was like, and I just told him, I say, man, look, at least you know what you need to do to deliver yourself out of that sickness. You feel me? And what did you have to do? And then before he told me, I said, you know what's funny? We eat right when we get sick. When a nigga gets sick, shit, his ass on all types of fluids and fruits and soup and, you know what I mean? You over here, you dig? Like you eat right naturally when you get sick. I'm just telling them, like, regardless of what you subscribe to or whatever, you did. Notice what you had to do. You had to eat right in order or introduce your body to the right environment so you could reverse something called diabetes. Now, trip off this. That used to be a death sentence 30, 40 years ago. You know what I mean? He was like, yeah, bro, you know what I mean? So it was good hollering at him. But all them cats that used to run their mouth, all a gang of them got sick. You know what I mean? One of the bros died, man. Died from the COVID. He was talking heavy too. Like all them, they started, but see, because they were so angry at what we was bringing out, they upped they flesh consumption. They was every video, them niggas was eating burgers and steaks and hey Mally, nigga, keep eating my steak, nigga. Man, one of the bros ended up dying. I was like, dang, that's crazy. You dig? But it was good hollering at this bro. He ain't end up dying, but he did run across that diabetes because he was one of the ones that upped his consumption of everything bad. You did. Once we start coming out like, look, y'all, stop chewing on these animals. Niggas like, what about the Passover lamb? I'm like, man, the hell with all that. Like, bro, we got her dying. You know what I mean? So he was one of the ones running his mouth. But, you know, Creator is always glorious because he had to come right back and holler at me and say, bro, I damn near died last year. And I had to apply what you've been talking about to get myself up out of it. You know what I mean? He was like, man, I appreciate it. I'm like, man, it's all good. I could have stopped when all y'all was running y'all mouth, but y'all know me better than that. I'm a bomb. You dig? So it's all good, bro. Get in. You feel me? So yeah, man. A lot of the high vibrational teachings, once we brought that out, a lot of people got mad. But as the years go on, I keep getting calls. I keep getting calls, and more people was like, look, we been watching, bro. Like, yeah, they just ain't finna come outside and go to war like me. Like, and I'm the type that's I'm gonna set it off. I'm never letting the light of the Creator go quiet. Nah. We about to bring attention right on outside. We about to drop this light bomb right in your face. You dig? And we just deal with everything else either. You dig? Easy work. Bing, 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 bang, bang. Okay, let's get this. Chapter 9, Inspiration, OI Speed. Man, I created with capacity to distinguish my direct from my indirect inspiration, says the Creator. And my angels gave him rules by which he could make manifest the difference between the two. Man has said, I think we need to listen to this one, y'all. This is powerful. You know what I mean? Man has said, behold, any man may say, thus says the Creator, or thus says Jehovah, or thus says Jehovah. One kills his neighbor saying, I was thus inspired by Jehovah. Another practices all goodness, and his words are wisdom and comprehension. And he says, I was inspired by Jehovah. I say to you, O man, in this I also gave you liberty. Therefore, judge for yourself as to which came from me and which from his surroundings. Okay, so let's look at this, y'all. This is why we not tripping off no pronunciation of the name of the Creator. And now our people stuck. What's the name? How do you pronounce it? Well, y'all act like A-E-I-O and you ain't interchangeable. Y'all act like every Israelite around her pronounced the name the same way. Character is what you need to be listening for. The message off the spirit mouth is what you need to be listening for. Not no name. Because an evil angel can come in any name, including the one you worship and reverence, and tell you all types of evil stuff. Or here you go tripping off a name. Your knees get to knocking like a naked newborn. And here you go, sir, yes, sir. And you out here doing something evil because this evil angel came in the name of your God. Character is what you need to be tripping off of. All right, so which one is of the creator, y'all? A man has said, behold, any man may say, thus saith the creator. All right, one kills his neighbor saying, I was inspired by the creator. Another practices all goodness and his words are wisdom and comprehension, meaning he can be understood. All right. And he says, I was inspired by the creator. So according to y'all, man number one or man number two in verse 3, which one was inspired by the creator? Was it man number one? He killed his neighbor and said he was inspired by the creator? Or is it man number two? He practices goodness and his words of wisdom and comprehension. One for the first man, two for the second man. Y'all put that up in the chat. Which one was inspired by the real creator, even though they both use the same name? Was it the put it number one for the first man, put it number two for the second man? Easy to understand, ain't it? Y'all hear that? Y'all feel that? See, we getting clarity over here. Now you understand direct inspiration versus indirect inspiration. Now you know. It ain't hard, man. It's only hard because our people refuse to look at the light. Very superstitious, man. Very, very superstitious. All right. See, so in this scenario, they both had the same name, same pronunciation. So when these slanderous jaw misfits talking about, what is it, YHWH'S or Jehovah, or they just trying to make fun. But see, the real elephant in the room is, no, let's examine the character of biblical God, nigga. Since you got jokes, let's examine the character of the biblical Jehovah versus the Jehovah in Owaski and see which one, see where the light really at. All types of scratching and winging answers and coming up with reasons. And no, we got all y'all clipped up. Every last one of you slanderous jaw, milly mouth misfits said you kill your child or a child if your God told you to. We got you on camera. We got all the clips. Look at all them tools in the chat. That's not hard to understand, man. That's right, Jehu. Character reveals what we talking about. Bezel, they stuck on name and color and not knowledge, which has no color. Yeah, man. Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. We ain't falling for that, but it really reveals how low our people are, man. A lot of people are low, man. See how easy it is. Everybody got a 2 in the chat. The second one, the one that practices all goodness and his words are wisdom and comprehension. And he says what? I was inspired by Job. Look at this. I say to you, old man, in this I also gave you liberty. Therefore, judge for yourself as to which came from me and which from his surroundings or Satan. Everybody put a 2 in the chat already. So that means y'all understand and you know how to distinguish or tell the difference between direct and indirect now. See, ain't no excuse. Now you know when you being inspired. Nah, that ain't from the creator. You dig? That's from my surroundings. I've messed around and watched something on TV and saw a woman that looked like Nia Long and went outside and went to go grab something to eat and saw someone and boy, I'm feeling like I'm about to shoot my shot. That's an inspiration coming from my surroundings. I just saw her on TV and then ran to the store to get something to eat and bumped into somebody that looked just like her. You dig? Ooh, wait, look at this. You should be your own judge in all things. That ain't good enough for nobody. No, that's evil. How? The Bible even tell you to judge yourself. If we judge ourselves, we wouldn't be judged. Look at this. Behold, I sent my God to judge you, but you shall also judge the judgments of your God. Meaning, and judgment means you're gonna be telling the difference between what's right and wrong. You dig? And trip off this. Those that's down with the Creator ain't got nothing to hide. Nothing to hide. I sent my God to judge you, but you shall also judge the judgments of your God. And afterward, you shall judge yourself in the same way. I created you a perpetual judge. That's madness. Talking about something you can't judge. Yes, you can. Right? You constantly are telling the difference between right and wrong. You constantly separating filth from what's clean. You're constantly separating what's right from what's evil or good from bad. You naturally do that. You a perpetual judge. You always examining your surroundings and being like, nah, I ain't gonna go over there. No, you can't go over there. Why? Because you're judging. You're assessing the situation and you're judging the situation. You feel me? On this potential good or bad. That's because you're a perpetual judge. You judge stuff all the time, y'all. All the time. Every decision you make, you're judging. I created you a perpetual judge, not only to judge yourself and all the world besides, but you should judge me, your creator. That's cold. That your creator ain't got nothing to hide. He an open book. What you talking about? What evil you about to put on him? Look at this. I have given you what? Many sacred books. Bible, Holy Bible, the Holy Quran, all of them. Y'all know. The Veda, all of it. All of the sacred writings. I have given you many sacred books, and I said to you, unless you judge them. Unless you what? Judge them. How you gonna judge something you never read? Not y'all judging OWASP. Did you read it? No. But it sounds. What do you mean it sounds? You ain't read it. Unless you judge them, judge who? The sacred books that are out here. Unless you judge them, you should be caught in the snare. It's a trap. Now people are worshiping books today. Worshiping books. Look, the hell with OWASP if OWASP was showing us something opposite of what creation is showing us. Or what creator is showing us through creation. The hell with it then. You see that? That show you the man ain't bound. He can tell you, look, the hell with that book if that book is showing us opposite of what the creator has showed us through his creation. The hell with it. But you can't do that. And that's how you know you're worshiping a book. The book is your God. The book. Unless you judge this, you're gonna be trapped. You can be trapped and bound to a false God and a book. Nah. You know, look, no matter what you read, you're gonna run across certain things that do not sound right. You know what I mean? You gotta judge that. Now hold on. We gotta comb through that. What that mean? What is that saying? Many sacred books have been inspired, but you gotta judge them because y'all false gods are everywhere. And if you don't judge these so-called spiritual texts, distinguish the creator's character from the false gods, you will be trapped. You will be bound. I charge you. You shall accept nothing from men, angels, or gods. They go, I'm your God, or I'm an angel. And what does that mean? What you got for me? What message you got for me? You gotta shoot straight, man. Judge these books, man. You gotta read them, go through them, and differentiate between the character of the creator versus the character of the false gods. You don't want to do that because you believe the book you're reading is infallible. It's inerrant. That's where you go off at. OWASP tell you right in the front that it's not immaculate. And you're not to believe it just because it's written in it. You see this? Look at this, verse 10. But you shall rely on your own inspiration from your creator. That ain't good enough, huh? You already do that, though. You already rely on your own inspiration. You know that. Because you know good and well, if you got inspired or attempted to kill your child, guess what you're going to do? Oh, hell no, I'm not doing that. Well, why not? You know, the friend of God was about to kill his son. Jephthah killed his daughter and offered her up as a burnt offering. The Lord accepted it. No, rely on your own inspiration. Should nothing written in any book, period, override the voice of your creator telling you go right, keep straight. Or how many precepts you read in any book, nigga? If the voice of your creator telling you go straight, go straight. Go straight. You feel me? That's exactly what it is. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. So you're supposed to rely on your own inspiration from your creator. And that helps you cultivate. You know what I mean? You get more and more used to hearing the creator's voice and moving off that. You see, that helps you. All right, we've been trained through these religious texts and through these various religions and movements to turn off that voice of common sense, or they call it the voice of reason, or your first mind. That's the creator's voice that's been with you since before you can remember. The creator been stirring you, brothers and sisters. We just get into religion and say that, look, we're going to shut off the creator's voice and replace it with 1,000 precepts that don't none of these niggas even agree about. You see that? You see that? Easy work. Who the hell is YAH'S? Still no academic research. Bro, listen to me. You clearly out of your league. You don't know what you talking about. Talking about we ain't got no academic resources. For one, we dealing with a primary source right now. And two, do you understand how much modern science agrees with what we talking about? Shit that they just discovered a couple years ago. And y'all know what y'all talking about, man. We done ran through the conscious community. And we got more debates coming up. You'll see all the academic sources. But ask yourself this, it don't matter what we show you, you ain't gonna believe it anyway. Or you ain't gonna take the time to look at it anyway. Because you can't believe that you've been in service to a deity. False God. You've been worshiping a false God this whole time. So, you know, y'all throw up funny emojis all day long. That don't mean nothing to us over here. Proof's in the pudding. We done set a waspy off in front of everybody on social media. Debated, hot seats, discussions, all that. We still bombing. There ain't nobody ran up and took not one win yet. Easy work. Anyway, let me get back to this. Entertain no slanderous jaw misfit. Let's get back. But you should rely on your own inspiration from your creator. Such is my word, which I speak to your own soul. What comes to you from a man is indirect inspiration. What come to you from somebody else is indirect. It's like somebody that went to the football game in person and watched it and then come back home and tell you what happened. You got experience indirectly from somebody who got it directly. Y'all see the difference? The difference between direct and indirect. You know what I mean? Direct is directly from the creator. This is how you can tell. It's about wisdom, love, maturity, advancing others. It's about being selfless. You dig? The evil inspiration from your surroundings. Evil angel. That's about killing, murder, slander. You know what I mean? Pain, torture. Yeah. That's not creative. That's an indirect inspiration. Ooh-wee. Now that cat is on Facebook, Bezel. All right, look at this. What comes to you from a man is indirect inspiration. What comes from an angel is indirect. And what comes from the gods is indirect. Y'all hear this? No direct inspiration by me can come to you from a book. Y'all hear this? Or a sermon, or from anything in all my creations, but only from me, your creator. So even OWASP is not a direct inspiration for us reading it. You see what I'm saying? No direct inspiration by me can come to you from a book or a sermon or from anything in all my creations. Direct inspiration is from your creator only. But only from me, your creator. The one man receives direct inspiration from me, and he writes it in a book. Yet when it comes to you, it is indirect inspiration. Oh, watch me. You see? When it comes to us, because we reading it, it's indirect. And true about this, y'all. And because it's indirect, and it's not binding upon you. And it's not binding, meaning you're not bound to it. Because it wasn't your direct inspiration. Y'all see that? So why I be telling you, don't believe it just because it's written somewhere. Yeah, hey, look. Oh, just because it's written in here don't mean it's direct inspiration for you. You're free over this way, man. Nobody forcing you to believe nothing. Though one man received direct inspiration from me, and he writes it in a book, yet when it comes to you, when it comes to us, it is indirect inspiration and is not binding upon you, except only so far as my direct inspiration upon you moves you to receive it. See? So it ain't even binding upon you, except the direct inspiration from your creator moves you to say, yeah, that tastes marvelous right there. Yeah, that hit different. See? Creator is fair, man. Nothing you reading in any religious or spiritual book is direct inspiration for you. That's indirect. It ain't binding upon you except when the creative spirit that is upon you moves you to accept that and say, okay, yeah. Look at this. Verse 15. Yet I did not create all men with the same clearness to perceive me and to frame my wisdom in words. Only a few will turn away from the inspiration of the world and come to me. Count yourself blessed, gang. Only a few. Only a few will turn away from the inspiration of the world and come to me. Many profess me in words, but they do not fulfill my inspiration in practice. So WASP is a practical guidebook to the spirit life, meaning the creator want to see action, man. All that gum bumping, all that side jawing and lip fumbling, man, that don't even mean that. Don't even mean that. Many profess me in words, but they do not fulfill my inspiration in what? Practice. Practical. My words come easily to the pure in heart. That's how we know our people that's foaming, fumigating at the mouth over a waspy. They're not pure in heart. Still racist. I already know racism begets racism. I understand our recent plight and journey with who we call our oppressor. I understand all that. But you're not realizing that you've become the very thing that you hate. And being that, you can't even receive pure words when they come. All while looking like a hypocrite, because everything else that you deal with, you don't dive deep into to find out the editing board and the authors and the, they life they used to lay with greased up midgets, and you don't even get into none of that. You don't care if Timothy Cook, the owner of Google, is a gay man, do you? Because if you did, you wouldn't be on YouTube. Google on that. You wouldn't be using Gmail. Google on that. You wouldn't be using none of it. So since when you Nick Rosen became this super blacker than black, I'm black racist type? Stop that. Stop that. You for one, y'all ain't even living in the antebellum South no more. You dig? So no, man. War begets war. Racism begets racism. I get it. You dig? But the whole reason why you can't even receive what's very easily understood. A child can understand what we're talking about because you're not pure in heart. You become the very thing that you hate. You've become a black Klansman and can't wait to have you some slaves and treat them like they treated our forefathers and foremothers. Still bondage. Still trapped. My words come easily to the pure in heart. My wisdom shows itself in the frame of their speech. For I give them words, just as I give inspiration to the animal to do perfectly and wisely the parts for which I created them. Behold, I show the dumb spider how to weave its geometrical net. Is it a greater wonder for me to give words of wisdom to a righteous man? Boy, what are you talking about? He's like, man, look, I got the spider, the dumb spider, because of my inspiration, weaves a net that's geometrical. It's geometrical. Is it a greater wonder for me to give words of wisdom to a righteous man? When I can make a dumb spider weave a geometrical net. Man, this deal, I don't know what y'all talking about. Owaski is cold. Look at this. Or to put him in the way of receiving my revelations, or to show him the harmony and glory of my creations. Ooh, we cooking today, baby. Learning. If you're getting some understanding and learning the difference between direct and indirect inspiration, give me a vortex up in the chat. Man, this deal go hard, man. Hard. Again, y'all, we got debates coming up. This Saturday coming up. This Saturday coming up, we got our brother Cosmo and Cal about to go at it with teanaturall over the historicity of the Holy Bible versus the historicity of Owaski. And them boys really think they got something coming. I'm going to tell y'all now, it's going to be a complete slaughter. Torah Knights are going to get slaughtered. teanaturall is going to get slaughtered by Cosmo and Cal. You understand? And again, don't let these cats run out here and tell you, yeah, I read that Owaski back in 2002. No, you didn't, because if you read it, you wouldn't even debate it. You wouldn't even debate it. You know what I mean? You wouldn't even debate this if you read it. And see what it is, everybody, they God is falling and taking a L on every aspect. So now you figure what Owaski is fake, is made up, but they all winning though. But what they don't got is no type of historical data. That's where you err it again. Boy, you about to get embarrassed. You dig? And then we got a big bird trap for YAH'S big ass. Old school bird trap for the big niggas. He gonna get it. CeeLo gonna destroy dude. Easy. You know what I mean? You know I talk to the gang every day, so already, and then I know the doctrine on the other side. I know what they gonna come with and all that. I already know it. Backwards and forwards. That's easy. You dig? Then we got our brother Daryl Cosmo in mid-October going against Ghana Stepper, a cat by the name of Gideon, named Ghana Stepper, and he agreed to the Holy Bible versus Owaski, which one is more scientific and spiritually progressive. I'm like, why are y'all picking these titles? Y'all gonna get handled. What you mean, man? Oh my God, I can't even believe y'all could look. You committing suicide by title. Yep, and then the one with CeeLo and YAH'S is not this weekend coming up, but the 30th that weekend, and that's about which one is better for our people. You did. We basically already had that one done already. Like, you know, that's the one I bodied the source debate league with. But you know, we put our own, like for each one, we you know what I mean, we put different information. Some of the same, but even different. You dig, man. Look, my bros is gonna cook all them niggas. That shit. Look, I predict a bloodbath, a 30 ball on each one of them. You know what I mean? And it's just a beautiful time to be with you, brothers and sisters, man. It's a beautiful time to be on the squad. Believe that, know that. All right, we got vortices in the chat. We all good. I think I'm gonna make this the last chapter right here for the day, since we learned about indirect, direct versus indirect inspirations. I'm gonna make that for the day. All right, we gonna read this last chapter. That chapter 11 go hard too, though. I might get through 11. Oof. Man, this stuff is crazy. Yeah, we're going to do 10 and 11. I ain't going to just stop at 10. I'm going to close it on out. All right, let's get into it. Book of Inspiration, chapter 10. Oh, I speed, sky, earth, spirit. Let's get into it. In the first creation, none heard me or saw me, says Creator. And even to this day, many men deny me and my person. To teach you, old man, that you should be considerate of your brother's talents. Behold, what a labor for my gods and ministering angels, to show you that no two men see alike anything God created. Here you go running around talking about some we all got to be, you know, we act like everybody in our camps or our congregations that like we all see the same thing or on the same levels or perceive it the same way. That's not true. No two men created alive see everything alike. So you shouldn't be punked or forced into seeing something exactly the way the next brother or sister sees it. Nah, you wasn't created like that. To show you that no two men see alike anything I created, to make you cautious, so that because you cannot hear me, you should not judge your brother who can hear me. To induce you to this and that without interfering with your liberty, your freedom. To make you watchful, to learn by your own inspiration from me. To make you skeptical toward others' versions of my words, right? See, this is all about your experience, y'all. All right, you can't be or out here. This ain't set up out here for you to base your experience or your knowledge of the Creator based off what Malaki is telling you. Nah. Getting or gaining more truth is gonna make you skeptical toward others' versions. Because you're going to do what? You're going to go get the experience objectively yourself. You know what I mean? Like his experience is his experience. It ain't yours. To make you skeptical toward others' versions of my words and yet make you try to discover my words and my person of your own self. To see me and hear me. That's right, Creator. We want our own experience with you. That's right. Now behold and look, and the Creator speaks to every last one of y'all. You just got to strengthen your relationship by what? More communication. Open up your mouth and talk to your Creator. All right, but don't let it be about nothing earthly and sensual and none of that. You know what I mean? We need to be asking the Creator for more wisdom, love, healing, and all that to benefit mankind. Whatever you doing, do it so you can become an asset or a benefit to others. All right. Because only through righteous work done unto others will you rise up anyway. That's the key to your salvation. Now, behold, in the early days over the whole world, only one here and there could be made to comprehend me. As you may say to the beast in the field or to the dog, the most knowing of animals, Jehovah. And they will not hear you understanding me. So it was with nearly all the world in the early times. Today I have quickened many. Tomorrow, all the people in the world shall know me. This is the progress I created possible for you. This road you shall travel. Yet you have blockaded the way against me on every side. See, religion has done that. These religious books you worship have done that. And we're taught to, unknowingly, you're taught to block out the voice of your Creator or your first mind, right? block that out and accept 1,000 precepts from these spiritual texts that you just learned, you better be judging these books so you don't become bound to them. You have put me away and said natural law, moral law, divine law, instinct, reflection, intuition, second sight. I say to you, and look, we've heard all this, haven't we? Natural law and moral law and all that talk. Look at this. I say to you, I have abolished all these things. And y'all, it's people out here selling spirit to you. It's people out here talking all this natural law, moral law, divine, and you lining up paying them big just to hear them run their mouth and all to find out or watch me show these cats don't know what they talking about. You lining their coffers. Look at it. I say to you, I have abolished all these things, all that natural law and moral law and divine law. I have abolished all these things. I will have them no more forever. I have no laws. I have no laws. I do by virtue of my own presence. Creator say it crack off because I'm there. The birds move that way because I'm there. You inspired the righteousness because I'm there. Here you go running your mouth talking about it sounding like Judge Dredd. The law, like Judge Dredd. Or the Torah, you're rolling your R. It's a Torah. Or the Tawara. I heard you brothers claim you don't use vowels in your Hebrew called a Torah, the Tawara. The what? The Tawara. Boy, you sound like you speaking pig Latin. The hell is the Tawara? Ready to say, I have no laws. I do by virtue of my own presence. They crack off because I'm there. You move in righteousness because I'm ever present. That's why. All these things are a way to deny the Creator's all person or his ever presence. You start coming up with stuff like divine law and moral law and you know, all these different and natural law. Man, look, all this happens. Ain't no natural law. Them birds move the way they move for the winter. Why? Because the Creator is there. They pop off by the virtue of his presence. That's why. I do by virtue of my own presence. I am not far away. I am not far away. Behold, I am with you. You hear your Creator, boy? You heard that, Creator? I ain't far away. You acting like I'm gone. I'm right here. I am with you. I gave no instinct to any creature under the sun. No, so I use my instincts. No, I gave no instinct to any creature under the sun. By my presence, they do what they do. By virtue of the Creator's presence, the bear goes and hibernates. It ain't no natural law. By the virtue of the Creator's presence, the birds fly south for the winter. There ain't no natural law to that. By the virtue of his presence. Look at this. I gave no tuition by intuition. I am the cause to all and for all. Look at this. I am the most easily understood of all things. Look at your Creator, boy. You thought you needed to learn calculus or trigonometry or some type of madness to get to understand. You heard the Creator say, I am the most easily understood of all things. You can't get no better than that. That's fair. You can't get no better than that. Your Creator is telling you, I am the most easily understood of all things. Y'all, these might not even be sippy cup brews. These might be short bus brews. Because a child can understand what we're talking about. So we're not going to call them sippy cup brews anymore. Short bus brews. Short bus brews. The short bus. until they spiritual rate rise up higher. Because this right here is letting it be known that the Creator is the most easily understood of all things. Look at this. Look at this. Hey, Brandon, where BC say, and there goes all that confusion. Hey, look at this, y'all. My hand is ready for whoever will reach out to me. Yeah. You want to be chosen? You want to be chosen? Choose the Creator, man. That's it. You got to choose, though. You got to choose. My hand is ready for whoever will reach out to me. My voice is ready and clear to whoever will turn away from other things and away from philosophies and ambiguous words, serving me in good works. Sit down somewhere. See, my voice is clear. All you got to do is turn away from all that mumbo jumbo, all that side jawing and lip fumbling. Red fish, blue fish, knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. All these ambiguous words and philosophies, and brother, just go within. If I want to build a rocket, I gotta go within to find to find the training to build rocket propulsion. Come on, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. My voice is ready and clear to whoever will turn away from other things and away from philosophies. And ambiguous words. Serving me in good works. That's what you need to aim at. Stop clowning and trying to be a misfit all your damn life. Dude, to be solid. Just be solid, man. That's all creators saying. Be solid. Stand up. Be righteous. You know what I mean? Not the short bus bros. Yeah, the majestic plurals. What'd you say? Y'all read helmet head bros? They old Hebrew Binky-alites. Hold on. All right, so the creators say, look, my voice clear. Just turn away from all that clutter, all that madness, all that philosophizing, man. Look, that ain't got us nowhere. Go within. What the hell do you mean go within? To define what? Whatever's within there had to come from outside of me first. Meaning I got to go through the experience to lodge something within that I can go grab. If I ain't went through the experience, I don't know nothing about rocket technology. How the hell I'm going to go within to build a rocket? No, I got to go without and find the knowledge and get the training on it before I can build something. What the hell is wrong with everybody, man? My light is present and answers to all who follow their all highest knowledge. We're going to do this chapter 11 and close out, man. It's pretty good today. Learning a lot, but it's real easy to understand. You know what I mean? And this is for those that think that we just battle. Now, we battle to let y'all know y'all ain't punking nothing. You want us to get in the ring, we game every time. Hell you mean? You dig? But we rather teach and go through this, man. There's a lot to offer. The Creator Gang has a lot to offer to the conscious community, man. Lots to offer. You dig? And I know if a lot of y'all just put aside your personal biases and your prejudices, you'll see what we talking about. For one, y'all already know we ain't no goofy cats. We don't rock with nothing goofy and soft and nah. We ain't on none of that. Chapter 11, Book of Inspiration, O.I. Speed. We gonna land right after this, y'all. We gonna land. All right. Do not seek to spread my gospels and entice followers to this or that, says the Creator. What is that? 1331. In other words, do not seek to proselytize, force, importune, or impose conversion or adherence. You see that? We ain't forcing none of it. We just letting y'all know it's a higher light outside. And whoever want to get it can get it. But we ain't got to force nothing. All we got to do is present it. All we got to do is present it. Look at this. Neither go about preaching saying, thus saith the Lord. Thus saith the Creator. Look at this. Let all men hear me in their own way. You probably about spilled your coffee on that one. But y'all, you already doing it. Let all men hear me in their own way. What's wrong with that? Because no two people were created to see or feel or even look at anything the same way. Some people are more sensitive to the spirit realm where they can hear more than the next brother. You see? So what is the Creator saying? Let all men hear me in their own way. Because this is about your experience, brothers and sisters. It ain't about mine. It's about your experience. And through your experience, you get objective reality. You ain't got to listen to me break down a story for you to understand about something that you wasn't there. See that? Let all men hear me in their own way. Y'all probably about spilled y'all coffee on that. No. All right. No man shall follow another. Y'all heard that? Here you go, clicking your heels and Bishop on deck, and you get your back straight. And this nigga Nathaniel don't walk through the door. You know what I mean? Or y'all in Walmart, you see him and click your heels and straighten your back and tighten your buttocks and salute this cat. Man, look, let all men hear me in their own way. No man shall follow another. That just killed the whole thing. Y'all talking about we following somebody. Who we follow? Who you talking about? We being commanded not to follow. No, we all brothers and sisters. We learn from each other and grow together as an organic body. You see that? No man shall follow another. I will have no sect. I will have no creed. The Apostles' Creed. I am not exclusive. Yeah, Israel, like you ain't the only ones who have access to the Creator of all creation. I am not exclusive, but I am with all my living creatures. You know what Creator say? See, and I know Israel don't like that. You the chosen, right? Nah, bobo. You finding out today you want to be chosen, you better choose the Creator. That's what you finding out from over here. Look at this. To those who choose me, practicing their all highest light, I am a shield and fortification against all darkness and against all evil and contention. See? So if you live into your highest light, meaning no matter what situation you in, you striving to be right in or to do what's right. Right? And if that's your mindset, you protected out here. Creator got you. I am a shield and fortification against all darkness and against all evil contention, against all evil and contention. You should not establish me by man's laws. That's cold. Here you go. Live by the law of the land. Live by the law. You shall not establish me by man's laws, nor by the government of man, says the Creator, nor establish by man's laws or government any book or revelation saying, behold, this is the Creator's book. Y'all heard us say that? Y'all heard us hold up a watch. This is the Creator's book. Keep it solid with you. It ain't perfect. It ain't flawless. It says it. It says it's not immaculate. I think people just mad because it's clearly outperforming the Bible. It is. It's clearly. Right? But none of us told you to put your Bibles down for what? Get what you can get out of it. Leave it right there. Don't edit it. Don't do nothing. We need to know what we dealing with. He say, look, Creator say, no established by man's laws or government any book or revelation, saying, behold, this is the Creator's book, to keep man from interfering with man. This has been great labor. To teach man to comprehend freedom, liberty, especially as to thought and knowledge. This has been great labor. You're supposed to be free to that. Supposed to be a free thinker. You ain't gonna be thinking just like me or the next brother and sister. No, you're supposed to be your own person, individual, developing your talents in your creator. See? See, it's a great label to keep man from interfering with man. Ain't none of your business. Been a great label to free man when it comes to knowledge and thought. It's been a great label. This is why. For he falls easily under the inspiration of his surroundings and falls under the teachings and persuasions of his brother. Because he comes from my hand into the world in innocence, a helpless infant. And his elder brothers take advantage of his innocence and teach him their own knowledge instead of directing him to me. And his elder brothers were in darkness themselves, and their elder brothers before them. I said to man, be free. I said to man, be free. Learn to know liberty. Think for yourself. Study your creator in all things and in yourself in particular. Oh, way. Oh, way, oh, way, oh, way. It's calling for freedom, calling for your freedom, your development. Calling for direct inspiration. Think for yourself. What's wrong with that? You'd rather be a robot today. Think for yourself. Study your creator in all things. His book actually is his creation, including you. Including you. That's why your atoms look like swirling galaxies. Vortex everywhere. Vortices everywhere. Look at this. Turn away from your elder brothers. Come to the all highest fountain. Do not be confounded with abstruse reasonings. Cut all things short. God-like. Learn of the creator. Learn of the creator and his creations. There is nothing more. Oh, wait, boy, there is nothing more. Learn of the creator and his creation. There is nothing more. You're supposed to be investigating this life. We are supposed to be like mini scientists. Get your mind blown, boy. Create a gang, baby. Do not be confounded with abstruse reasonings. Cut all things short, God-like. Learn of the creator and his creations. There is nothing more. You are one of the seeds of Jehovah and will plant it by his hand. Be free from the whole world. What is abstruse reasonings? Hard to understand, convoluted, cryptic, incomprehensible, clear as mud. And you don't be confounded with something that ain't, red fish, blue fish, knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bun. Don't be confounded by that. Nor be confounded by somebody that sound like they didn't read an encyclopedia. Look, whatever you talking about, if you can't break that down to where a child can understand, like what we just went through, then you don't need to be teaching anyway. Around here trying to sound smart with big words, you know what I mean? All good, all good. If y'all got some understanding, go ahead and give me a 7 up in the chat. Bless up, family. Bless up, bless up. Bless up, bless up, man. All praise to the ever-present creator, the all in all, that always was, is, and ever shall be. The mighty creator. What I'm going to do, though, I'm going to do is this real quick. Anybody want to come on and chop it up with your brother? Chop it up with your brother, man. Chop it up for a couple minutes. Let me know what y'all think about what we just went through. All right. Right, YAH'KI. He who is on the floor cannot fall out of the bed. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Shout out to good for y'all coming through. Bless up, bless up. I just put the chat in the link if anybody want to hop on real quick. You dig? It's all good. Nothing but love and light. We got up in the building. Everybody got understanding. Waspi ain't hard. Lovely YAH. Thanks. Where can I get this book? You can get it on Amazon. Waspi is on Amazon. Ooh-wee. What else we got going? I ain't heard nothing evil yet. Everybody claim we into some type of evil, type of madness, rather than loss of light. Actually, we the ones with the light. We the ones telling you not to murder, not to kill, not to go to war. You learn today what happens to the spirits of the dead who are slain in warfare. You learn today all types of stuff, man. Oh man, I got my brother and your brother in the building. Cosmod Cal in the building. My brother, what's the word, okay?
Cosmonium. What's going on, brother?
Man, hey, man, over here, brothers. Hey, dishing out some of this Ethereum light, bro. You already know, bro.
Yeah, man, I'm watching, man. That'll watch be something different, man. It just hit different.
It hit different. Do your homework on Owaspy. It hit different.
It hit different.
Shout out to my brother Trey Main, man. Hey, do your homework on Owaspy. It hit different.
Facts. You dig what I'm talking about? This thing is something special, man. I don't get why people well, I do get it. I'm saying I don't, but it's hard for me to understand.
Can you hear us, Cal? I don't know if the brother went out or whatever. I want brother to give us a breakdown or a rundown on his up and coming debate. You know what I mean? What's going on? But go ahead, keep talking.
Can you hear me, bro?
I can hear you
Can
now.
you hear
Go
me?
ahead. I can hear you now.
Okay. I was just making sure. Okay, I was just making sure. Yeah. So I got an upcoming debate with Judah Nazareth from I forget the name of his little crew, but
the Torah Torah pups.
Yeah, the Torah Knights. They he got up on the I forget what the Lions Den, I think it was.
Yeah, it was
called out.
Yep.
Called out first of all, he made an assertion that somebody was running from him for 10 years. So I'm like, he got to be talking, because I don't know him.
Right.
So I've been in this thing almost 11 years. You know what I mean? It's a decade this year, 2023.
Right.
So I had never heard of dude.
Right.
You know what I mean? So when he said somebody was running, I asked Sela. I said, "Man, Sela, do you know this dude Judah now?" He was like, "Nah, I ain't never speak to him. Yeah. I don't know who he is." You know what I mean? So that's just cap, man. They just they come with these things, but see, he didn't bit off more than he can chew, and he got the right one.
Yeah,
he got the right one. Man, I want y'all to come on through. It's gonna be on Saturday, supposedly 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We get in the I've been trying to hit these boys up. You know what I mean? They talked all that shit. Yeah. You know what I mean? I've been hitting them up, telling them to hit me back. Let's set it up. Let's do some preliminaries on both our channels just to, get it going. I ain't heard nothing back from nobody yet.
Yeah, see, but what we do, even when they go live, see, it's a way they can go live on the Lions Den, but we'll have it on Creative Game TV as well. It'll be broadcasting at the same time. While that's going right there, we just push a button and it'll be going on with the Creative Game TV. So all good. You know what I mean?
All right. Yeah, just let me know how to link that in like that. And whenever they go live, I'll just go in on their chat and share it from our live.
Absolutely. That way we rocking, you know what I mean? But yeah, he done bit off more than he can chew. Like I was telling everybody earlier, I ran across him probably a good 12 years ago. You feel me? And Honor Humility bombed them. We bombed them, Sakari, all them, bro, like 12 years ago. You know what I mean? And but right after that, all that gay shit started coming out about him. So I'm like, bro, I'm not even finna entertain.
Oh, it was a different time, a whole
funny boy, you know what I mean? So I ain't heard nothing from him since then until the other night. The nigga like Honor Humility ran from him 10 years ago. I'm like, bro, look, let me go ahead and address that so that can be understood real quick. You know what I mean?
Oh, he was talking about honor and humility.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, because I was like, man, well, I don't even know, bro. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't even know, cuz. And so hold on, wait a minute. You said something that we can't just let go past. You saying 12 years ago, not just this shit with Sonetta, where he out his own mouth admit that his God, you know, inspired him on some demonic gay stuff.
I heard.
You know what I mean?
I
So
heard it with my own ears.
yeah, I heard that with my own ears. That was on Sonetta. You saying before that, 12 years ago, some stuff came out about him. So I mean, shit. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, it was a gang of Israelites. It was a gang of Israelites that did some thorough videos on him, and they proved the shit. This back when MySpace was out and all that. You know what I mean?
Damn. Yeah, that's a minute ago.
They got his account. Nigga, the nigga name was on there, and it was a whole bunch of gay like shit. Like nigga, the same cat lived in Japan just like him. All that. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So, when I seen that after we bombed them, NehemiYAH was around back then.
Yeah. I'm a witness.
YAH'KI be in the chat. He like, yeah, they been got clapped. So
big homie, what it do, boy? What up, bud? Peace to the gods, man.
Sitting down must be in a chair.
Hey, that means you got hind parts. You think what I'm talking about? You sitting in the chair, you got hind parts.
I'm trying to tell you, he must be on bottom.
Hey, look, so I was just telling dude, like, look, when everybody jumped on you about that gay shit, I ain't take you serious since then. You know what I mean? I ain't heard nothing from him since then.
Yeah, that boy had a lot of courage and charisma, jumping off the porch talking about honor, humility, been running. Mallie, I called you immediately when I heard that.
Yeah.
I said,
hey, what was I
at? Oh man, I was and then if y'all notice at the end of the live, I straight up asked him. I was like, "What's up with that gay stuff?" Because he had popped in on one of Mally lives. He say, "This is what he say out of his mouth." Now on his on the little tag for his thumbnail in the chat, it said Judah Nazareth, the gay prophet. Am I lying, Mally?
It said the gay Messiah.
The gay Messiah. That's what it said. The gay Messiah. And so I cut into him. I was like, man, what's up with you coming on the channel talking about this is the gay you the gay Messiah. You dig what I'm talking about? He said it's somebody else that stole his stuff or whatever and like hitting up the kid.
Shit, right.
Yeah, so but y'all he comes to Creator Gang? How would this person know to come to Creator Gang?
Hey, look,
you dig what I'm talking
under
about?
The rocks, Cal. They coming from under the rocks, bro. Listen, they don't have nothing left in Israel to come with, bro.
Right.
Y'all have been on every platform. Y'all, and listen, not even if it was planned strategically, all praises to the He that is greater than all of us, but in all of us, right?
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all have been on every platform. Listen, ain't sat down, back down, ran from nobody. Took on every topic, and I've been a witness to all this, right? Took on every topic given to you all, right?
Mm-hmm.
And handled y'all business.
That's right.
Undefeated.
Creator is undefeated, man. This is what
and
they don't understand.
Where the word nigger said over 400 times can win a debate, and there's nothing in no scholastic record ever been done like that before. Right? I know they got to save face on that one. I know what that was about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We know that wasn't defeated. And then, like Mally always do and y'all do, and bro, Cal, man, props to you too. Man, I love how y'all go back, slow roll this thing, and pull back up on the block and clear it.
That's right.
That
Spin
way
the block
you give your
on.
audience a full understanding how we can't be defeated by what you just heard or what the world perceived they thought they heard. And say lot, man, that boy, that little song he did on hey man, say lot OG beast, boy.
Man, that mug was fire, man. And then look at this, Nehemiah. He chose history. And not only history, he chose the historicity of the text. Now, everybody who didn't read Bible know there was a couple things you could possibly put on a timeline, but historicity is the difference, the actuality and factual axiomal proof of an event or a person or a place or thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Put on a timeline. Now,
hey boy, I'm watching you. You a dangerous person to play with that one. You a dangerous person to play with that one, boy.
Hey, man, listen, wait till y'all see what I got in store for this dude. It's gonna be ugly. It's a butcher shop.
Oh,
it's literally a butcher shop. You dig what I'm talking about? Do y'all remember the old school movie, The Warriors?
Warriors, come out and play.
Yeah, now remember how they got put on, they was getting jumped in and put on set. They had to run through the gauntlet, and there was people on each side of them, hitting them, punching them, kicking them, hitting them with sticks and bats, and that's exactly what I'm about to put Judah Naz and his God through. Hey.
But yeah, man, I mean, look, one thing I talked with Mally about in a lot, like I said, me and Bro said, a lot of conversations.
Yeah.
One, what we always say, he said it so many times during this episode, never have we told nobody to put the Bible down. He just said it before he even opened the door to let people come in. You know what I'm saying? Never. You know what I'm saying? Never denounce, because he checks our net. Hey, man, used to be Israelite on here, none of that stuff. We still Israel. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Never change those, colors of who we are. You know what I'm talking about? We just understand where a lot of that worship came from. We understand that there's a lot of Canaanite worship in there. You know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of stuff that me and Mally talk about or go over that we ain't even presented to the public.
Right.
Am I lying, Mally?
Man, there's so much stuff we haven't shown.
Have not even presented to the public, bro. There's other cultures that keep the same feast days that Israel keep at the same time. That predates Israel even on the map. So, I mean, and if your God is a set apart God, man, now that you understand your God, that dealt with Israel is not the creator, it shouldn't throw you off too much then. Because he just gave you the same thing he gave other cultures during his tenure. You know what I'm saying? People shouldn't be so messed up about it, bro. If you're a realist and you true and you're about your faith and you're about, you know what I'm saying, the totality of your understanding, it shouldn't even make you mad. You should be glad that you've been awoken out of your stupor, you know what I'm saying, and come back to your creator and truth. That's what the Messiah wanted you to do. That's what HaMashiach was trying to bring you to do. You know what I'm saying? Getting away from killing animals and letting you know that blood couldn't do that for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And just all that, man. Look. And just what we read today in the Ospie, right? Look, love the Lord your God, or love the Creator with all your heart and all your mind and all your soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. Mark 12, right?
Yep.
And he told you that. On these two hang all law and the prophets. You don't need all that other stuff.
And then it go a little further too, Nehemiah. Once you've done that, you dig what I'm talking about? Creator don't want you pigeonholed and boxed in, and just with that, there are new revelations that after you complete the old law, right? There's some new stuff coming there's always a level 2 after level 1. There's a level 3 after level 2. There's a level 4 after level 3. What Creator is revealing through the text in OWASP is that it is an ever ascension and
going upward, onward up.
It's ascension, but it's forever.
Yeah.
Instead of being bound forever, burning forever in a lake of fire, no, it's redemption, even from the most heinous crimes. Even from the most heinous crimes.
Kenny go ahead and teach you that. Your
You dig
journey
what I'm talking
Kenny
about?
go ahead and teach you that.
Everybody know that if you spill some Kool-Aid on the floor, you got to clean it up.
Yeah.
You dirty up your tub after you
society. Yeah.
You dirty up the tub after you get out the shower. That's what you got to do.
You
got to clean it up. You know what I mean? And that's the simplicity in OWASP that is baffling my Hebrew brothers right now. You know what I mean? It's so simple. It's so simple and so easy and so readily understandable that it boggles their comprehension.
And I don't even get why, man. You know, because that's that bloodthirsty meat spirit demon in them, bro, to see infliction and hurt and pain on somebody for eternity. But then you hypocrites, you don't want that same judgment on you for eternity.
Nope. Don't want it on you.
They don't want that.
Don't want it for their kids.
Their hand, you know?
They don't want it. Yeah, they don't want it for their kids, but they want it for yours.
See what I'm saying? That's it. But now understand to say that blood is on us and our kids. They don't understand that was said. That's what was said. Give us Barabbas.
That's what they
Give
said.
us Barabbas. That blood is on us and our kids. Give us him. Shed innocent life. That man was murdered, man.
No, well, he not only was he murdered, he was a human sacrifice. The God sacrificed his quote unquote son. Remember, that's
how you know that wasn't true God. That wasn't of the Creator, man. Because listen, the God, and Malaki touched on this, and I wrote about it in the text, man. Listen, in order for God to be, or the Creator to be a man of war, that means something has to be ready to challenge him to a level where at least it thinks it's his equal.
It's impossibility.
Impossibility, bro.
It's impossibility, man. What are they praying?
The only way something wars against you, it thinks it can defeat you.
Right.
It thinks it can conquer you and possess you.
And my thing is,
the Creator is second to none, in front of nothing, in possession of everything. And he even told you in the Bible, listen, if I was hungry, would I even tell you? What?
Right.
Man, I don't need that board smoking in my nostrils. What? Who told you that?
Right. He said that wasn't me that told you to sacrifice.
That wasn't me. Who told you that?
Got it? Yeah, but hold on, Nehemiah. They set the whole Levitical doctrine by that God who did tell them to sacrifice.
And look, the book told you that was Molech and Sheol, who you built the tabernacle to them 40 years.
Come on.
The book tell you who it was.
Wait till you see this. It's gonna come. I'm gonna just, I don't want to spoil it.
Don't give out the jewels now, brother. Don't give out the jewels, David.
No, I ain't gonna give him up. But just watch what I got for his God. Remember, he serves Yahweh a card. That's who he
I heard
say.
you stress that. I heard you stress that.
I keep stressing because see, they don't know. You dig what I'm talking about? That you dig when I run across or something. You dig what I'm talking about? And I know it's flawed. I'll just put it to the side. I may not bring it up to you, but I put that in my mental Rolodex. You dig what I'm talking about? And they don't have a clue what's in OWASP. So I'm going to show y'all something about his God. Remember, His God is YAHWH.
And here's another thing that me and Mally talk about a lot, and this is simplicity at its best. I can't argue with you about chemistry if I don't know nothing about the periodic table. I can't argue with nothing with you about geometrical scientific notations if I don't know nothing about basic math.
Come on.
How am I arguing with you about OSCE if I've never even read it? These cats have lost at the beginning before they even start. That's the part I don't get it. How do you argue astrology when you don't even know where the solar bodies are in the heavens?
They don't even believe in them. Many of the camps don't believe that they're planets.
I don't get it, man. Hey,
they don't believe that they're planets. I had a brother arguing with you.
Enjoy the toys on the table, baby. These guys is just fun. But it's for the edification of the people, man. And
that's
again,
right.
I ain't found nothing to say I ain't Israel. Because listen, all the Kenyans are still Kenyans no matter what false gods they serve. Uh-oh, did I just say that?
Uh-oh.
All the Egyptians are still Egyptians no matter what false gods they serve.
Uh-oh.
So all the Israelites are still Israelites no matter what false gods they serve.
Come on, then. You got to tell them, but you got to tell them but they got to come on home. The porch lights is on.
Home, bro.
Street lights on.
Mama. Back to what Messiah was trying to get y'all back to, what the prophets were trying to get y'all back to, and it's out of the hands of the Levites and that book. And y'all ain't even got Torah. They don't even got the Torah today.
Hey, if I'm not mistaken, they say the actual Torah Tanakh was 204 books.
That's from Ezra, and you ain't even got 100 books of Torah today.
Shit, I thought you only had 5.
Man, it's seriously behind. Seriously behind, bro.
Look, hey, what we missing, man?
I'm hop up off of here real quick, man. Hey, I'm gonna run up in this crib. I'm sitting in the car, knowing I'm ready to go chill on out for the rest of the day. Kel, I'm gonna call you on the phone, man. You know, man, you chop it up forever almost. And one of us say, I gotta go.
All right, bro.
One of us gotta say, I gotta go.
Hey man, don't be making fun of me. You know your brother long-winded, man.
Hey man, I'm long-winded too. I went on break. I didn't wait cook dinner.
Hey, me
to the store, came back, took the short to the park.
Hey, me and Nehemiah be on the phone 3-4 hours.
You ain't lying, bro.
Hey, both you brothers is long-winded. Shit.
Hey, that's that 313 me 314, baby, up there.
There it go.
Hey, look, I'll probably be up there either the break of spring. I'm not messing with y'all in this winter no more.
Hey, you smart. You smart.
I'm not coming there. I came last winter. I'm not coming this winter.
You smart. Ain't no joke up here.
Snow plow the streets, baby.
No,
after the snow event.
Yeah.
After the snow event.
Yeah.
Hey, big homie, I might be shooting up there in like 2 weeks. If you want to take a road trip.
Man,
y'all. I got over 300 hours to burn.
Yeah, I might be shooting up there the weekend of Sea Lies debate. I might be in Detroit, so you dig?
I can meet you there. I can meet you in Detroit.
Nah, you know I gotta come back through the Lou anyway.
Oh, cool.
You know what I mean? So we'll chop it up. We'll chop it up and then do it from there. You know what I mean?
For sure.
We might be seeing Cal before then.
And we pull up on that joker, cuz.
Man, pull up on your boy, man. We gonna hop straight into the vortex, baby.
Hey, boy, we're spinning.
We spinning. We still spinning. You dig what I'm saying?
Hey man, I love y'all, brothers and Dean Truth family. All y'all out there in the YouTube world, love y'all, man. Keep vortexing to the greater light shining all y'all, to let that light shine out and permeate to the whole world.
That's right.
Blessings to you, Mike, man. I talk to you in a few when I get up off here.
All right,
big homie. Bless up.
Bless up.
That's right.
Yeah, Cal, man. Look, this debate you're gonna have if they don't duck. You know what I mean? But this debate this debate you're gonna have, bro, is gonna be we're gonna promote that deal heavy because that's one thing I know the other side believe that we don't got over this way.
Right. They think we don't have, but see, the thing is, history and time are intrinsically linked. You dig what I'm talking about? So it comes as a bonus for anybody who reads OWASP. Our creator teaches us how to tell time. Not only does he teach us how to tell time, he teaches us how to prophesy. Did your God do that yet? If not, why not? Creator did. Okay. So, and then on top of that, he gives us a timetable of prophecy. So we can go look back, put things on a historical record, then go into science and prove everything OWASP says. So he went to the wrong. Listen, I have to actually, tailor the amount of, it's so much information.
I know. I was sitting back thinking earlier, I said, damn, man, like which way Cal gonna come on this, because it's so much, it's so vast for anybody that don't know. You know what I mean? Even when I first read the Cosmogony and Prophecy, and I was just going back over it. I was in my OWASP, and bro, I got so many notes in that deal, underlined all of it. I was like, wow. You know what I mean? But that's a definitely added bonus. And when you realize none of the religious devotees or no one in any of these spiritual groups even have a timeline that is verifiable.
Right.
Verifiable through history and all that. So yeah. You dig?
So I bounced around.
Why would he even take that title, man? He buried himself.
Yep. Exactly. You dig what I'm talking about? That's why I hurried up and jumped on it. You know what I mean? And plus, what I do know of Judah Naz is that he's not the sharpest knife in the drawer. He's not the great orator either. You know what I mean? So we're gonna take him into the deep waters and drown him. He a guppy. You know what I mean? So
he got a stuttering problem, especially when he get frustrated. Like he already.
Oh man, he gonna be real frustrated with this one because Creator told me to handle him. Yeah. Don't even play with him. Don't cut no. Nah.
You can't play with him. Like
don't play with him.
But the thing about it is, you ever met somebody who in their mind they was sharper and better than what they really were?
Yep.
That's him. Like in his mind, he think he the shit, but he no, not at all, bro. And then how he delivers himself is like ain't nobody, the audience ain't gonna be able to understand the nigga. He talk like that. Nigga, the one nigga, the comic book of watch that type shit, and it gets worse. And that's his normal. It gets worse when he gets frustrated. So, bro, just off that alone, he gonna lose. Let alone the information. Stop.
Man, I'm about to punch his God. The whole thing, the whole debate. First of all, I'm just going to show the historicity of OWASP. I'm gonna just show it's unmatched. There's nothing in the world. There's not a Britannica. As a matter of fact, Britannica only proves what OWASP say. So I literally can just go through it and pick. You dig what I'm talking about? Because OWASP is saying everything that has been proven. Then this is what they don't understand about OWASP. It's not that it's just historical, right? It's prophetic. Because it lets you know things before common science or man in the modern age even knew about them.
Yeah.
OWASP was talking about atoms before electrons, protons, and neutrons was even discovered.
Viruses too.
I'm gonna hit them with that too. This is what I'm saying. Viruses. Yeah. Stuff that you dig what I'm talking about. OWASP was bringing these things out and how to handle them. before they were even recognized by science. Some of this stuff was just theoretical at the time WASPI was bringing this out. So I am about to turn this boy into a punching bag. There's so much history. And then I might do some history just about his Bible. Because I hit him with some, I cut his God. I cut his God bad. His God lied in the Bible and I showed it. You know what I mean? I showed it. So y'all just be ready. Because a lot of people, huh?
It's gonna be a bloodbath, man. I already predicted 30 ball. I already didn't seen us chopping it up right after that. Like, boy.
Yeah. It's that. I'm gonna drop them. I'm shooting the gamma ray that night. I'm letting the gamma ray go. I ain't shooting nothing little. I'm coming to clear the whole block. Then I'm gonna spin it again. Who see outside?
Yeah.
Who else? Who outside?
Swing back though and see who got hit.
So if I can get some more.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? And see, I wanted to, and see, I made it clear that no, you talking, you want to hide behind your homeboys at Torah nights.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? No. I want the head of the snake. Because see, if we cut the head of the snake, the body don't even matter. This is why we stay on their God's neck, because if we chop your God down, the statute, laws, and commandments don't even matter no more. If we can prove your God fake, then his laws are fake. But he show you that the law is fake itself. The nigga told, hey, am I lying? He said, thou shalt not kill. Then told you to go and kill women, men, children, and even the infants and the suckling babies.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? So he contradicts himself and let you know that this can't be the creator of all. You know what I mean? A jealous man who is bound by earthly man-like feelings. Your God ain't rose above 12-year-old anger.
Right.
You know what I mean? Somebody took his lunch money, now he mad. Nigga, you wasn't mad when you couldn't whoop them niggas in that mountain on that chariot. You wasn't mad when the Persian God whooped your ass. Was you mad? Was you mad when the Assyrian God put a foot in your motherfucking ass and had Jehu bowing to the Assyrians?
And that's
huh? What? Wait a minute. Your bitch ass got whooped by the Babylonian God. Then you got whooped by the Greek God. Then you got whooped by the Roman God. When have you ever lost a fight? Ever won a fight? You even lost to a man. Jacob put hands and feet on you. What Cosmon gonna do to you? What you think I'm gonna do to you? If Jacob whoop you, what you think I'm gonna do? I'ma put you in a hospital. I'ma put your God in the hospital. Your God got hind parts. He sit on a throne. I'm gonna kick him in his spiritual nuts. A swift historical kick. Remember, he got form and figure. Somebody didn't put him in the figure 4 leg lock before.
Yeah, man.
So don't think this is fantasy. Remember, God is a man. He admits it out of his own mouth. The Lord is a man of war, is a man. Mally just showed that. The word is what, Ish, again, Mally?
Yeah, let's pull it back up. Hold on. I pull it back up.
The word is Ish. He admits the Lord that Captain Tazariot, all capital, said was Yahweh, the Most High. Right? Out his mouth. Didn't nobody tell nobody to tell him this. Out his own mouth tell you he is a man, a physical, breathing man.
There it is right there, biggest day.
And it's all caps too. So we can't act like, even though there ain't no capitals in Hebrew, but they say, oh, it's got to be the all capitals Lord. That's the Most High.
Well, there it is. Most High
H376, H376 say that's a man. A physical.
And for anybody to say, well, it says it in English, I don't read the English. I only speak to you in English. I read the Ivrit, the Hebrew. Let's go pull it up in Hebrew. Because we got bros in the gang that read the Hebrew too. You really mouth misfits who want to act like what it say in English, you don't say in Hebrew. Where the hell they get it from and translate it then? I wish a Zion Lex was watching this. Or one of his students.
There you go.
Huh? If you know how to read it, nigga, it say it. It says Yahweh is a man. Yahweh Ish. Or Yahweh Yash, they may say. Whatever. But it's still man. Yahweh is a man. This right here, this third word from the right. 1, 2, 3. So this first word is Yahweh. This second word is man. This third word is war. This fourth word is the same as the first word. It's Yahweh again. And then this last word is Shamo. It means his name. So let's read it. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. That's what it said in Hebrew. What does it say in English?
The Lord is a man of war.
Yeah. The Lord is his name. So they translated it right from the Hebrew.
I don't see no discrepancies in that transliteration.
Discrepancies in that, bro. That's what it says. Now let's look up man. Let's click on Ish. JJ made that mistake one time. It don't say man by Lord though. And I dropped it right in the chat about 100 times. Exodus 15:3. Exodus 15:3. Look at this.
Strong's 376. Ish.
Yep, contracted, so it's shortened. It's the shortened form of enosh, for perhaps rather from an unused root meaning to be extent. Right? So enosh is another word they use for man. Enosh. All right. Ish is the small version of that. They just removed this noon and this y in the middle.
So Ish is the root word, or Enosh is the root?
No, Enosh. Enosh is the root.
Okay.
We know the Enosh too. All right.
Man, 520 times. A mortal man of an individual, mankind. It's the same word, same definition.
And look, this is where Ish is from, because remember the word is Ish. The word is Ish. This one right here. So we went into that. Now what does Ish mean?
A man, male, husband, human being. Damn. A servant, mankind, a great man. Whosoever. Dang. Dang. I never peeped that. Dang. Man, that's a body bag.
Oh, ever.
Nigga, pick it. So they just saying pick a nigga. Just pick one. He all off. Dang.
Oh, shit, man.
I never seen that before, bro. I never seen that. That's crazy.
So why y'all mad at the gang when we read that God is a man, a one-time man? You dig? And God is nothing more than what you will be in time to come. A Lord is a one-time man. Why are you mad when we tell y'all that when we go right to the Bible and show that the Bible was saying it?
I don't get. You know what? they shut their ears off because they don't actually they're acting like they don't understand the back end. We say, yes, we're saying God is a man. Okay, you got duped, right? We all did. We all thought God was the creator. But the reward is, if you keep reading, is that you yourself will become God. So I would rather become God, me personally. I would rather become God or a God than to praise one. Because if I can become a God and I don't want to be praised, well, then the God, that brings up a contradiction right there, because if I know I'm not supposed to be praised, then true God knows it. Well, then who is the nigga asking and demanding that you fear him and to come on your knees and to praise him when we know it's blasphemy to praise a man? We know that's blasphemy.
Right.
So how are they justifying this? This is what I don't get.
Exactly. And you see right there. Yeah, and this is Ish. This is definition of Strong's definition for Ish. Now here you go. Now niggas don't read the Strong's concordance no more. Like, man, look. Stop. You gotta, whatever dictionary you came out with in whatever version of Hebrew, you still gotta use something to reference. You know what I mean? Like, you can't come in with no new Hebrew words and putting your own definitions on them. Shalom and shalom, nigga. Shamayim and shemayim. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
However you want to say it, I'm on your ass. You ain't saying nothing different. You ain't saying nothing different. You know what I mean? Now look at this right here. It says a man as an individual or a male person, often used as an adjunct to more definite term, and in such cases frequently not expressed in translation. Also, another, any man, a certain champion, consent, each, everyone, fellow, foot, husband, man, good. All these are men. Right? But this is the word describing the Lord in Exodus 15. You know what I mean? That he's a man of war. You remember? I don't know if y'all remember, because JJ had asked Selah, what's the definition? Or what's the Hebrew word for man? And Selah was like ish or whatever.
Yeah.
Here, come grab this. Grab it. Go sit down. And he said ish. You know what I mean? And then JJ like, well, you can't find no word with a Lord, which is Yahweh, is attached to man or ish. He said that, and then hurried up and changed the subject. I'm like, yeah, boy, you bombed yourself.
Yeah,
bombed yourself. It's right there, y'all. Exodus 15:3. All right, the Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. It says it in English and in Hebrew. This ain't no mistranslation. That ain't no mistranslation. That's what it says. That's what it says. You know what I mean? They go to war. So it was good to read that and then read God's judgment on war. You feel me? You read and show the contrast and like, look, yeah, that ain't right and exact for you to be thinking or believing that the Creator is a man for one, and definitely not a man of war.
Yeah, it's clear. It's clearly, I think that's the one of the great benefits of WASP. It clears up what we always believed. And if anyone wants to be real about what's going on in their cipher or in their mind or in their lives, is we many times run off what we've been told, what we've heard. You know what I mean? Not in actuality what we experienced. You know what I mean? So many people taught Bible, and you know what I mean, and things like that, but have actually never read it. And once they actually get into reading it, the Bible is just not a straightforward book. And if you take it literally, if you take the Bible literally, you're going to run yourself into some problems.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Problems.
You're gonna run into some problems because the God acquiesces to rape, kidnapping, trafficking, murder. You dig what I'm talking about? And one thing, I think we brought this up on the phone the other day. People talk about morals, right? And having good morals. You dig what I'm talking about? In judgment. Do you know that the Bible, that's supposed to be this immaculate moral book in the Word of God, doesn't even say the word moral. It's not even in the whole text. Not one time is the word moral or morality in the text. You dig what I'm talking about? And then you look in the text and look at the deeds and the character of the deity. You know what I mean? He's telling you to sacrifice children. He's a pederast himself. He sent two. First of all, this is how you know it came from God. She-bears do not move in packs with each other. Period. Male bears will get together, you know what I mean, and move in a group, go feed together, you know what I mean, and such like that. But in nature, for two she-bears to get together to do anything, you dig what I'm talking about? Let alone just be there, even in the same region around each other, to kill 42 children, is almost, in a sense, a natural impossibility, because she-bears do not mess with each other. So that alone proves Elisha cursed the text, and the God cursed the kids, and the God inspired the bears, because other than that, they wouldn't even be around each other, not even miles within each other.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's going to lead to a fight. You know?
Man, easy work, bro.
So we can tell the supernatural activity happening in that scenario itself. So when we look at the God and look at his deeds, well, he killed children. Well, when we go to the book of Inspiration, you know what I mean, book of Inspiration, chapter 32, or is that no, that's the book of Judgment, chapter 32:12.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? It say judgment is already placed against any nation of people who judgment of war and bringing these afflictions on the angels of heaven. So we already know Creator is against war. The biblical God is himself bipolar, because he tell you do not kill, and then turn around and tell you to kill suckling infants.
And then
something's wrong.
Yeah, and then identifies himself, or Moses identifies the Lord Yahweh as a man of war. That was a song that Moses wrote after the Egyptians drowned in the sea. So they was banging on wax. They made a song, they hit a beat, and then they got the flowing.
Right.
You know what I mean? Those was lyrics to a song, right? And in the song, verse 3, it says right in there that Yahweh, Ish, Milkamu, Yahweh Shamu. That's what it said. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name.
Yahweh is his name.
That's what it said.
So that means they've deified the creator into the shape of a man.
Yes.
Yes,
but the creator is ever present within all, overall, always was, is, and ever shall be. You know,
meaning family, that he can't be sitting on a throne. He can't ever be seen. He couldn't have had a nigga next to him. His eyes couldn't have been fire because he doesn't have them. He wasn't sitting on no chair. That means he would have legs, some hind parts, a back. Your guy got a booty hole. Come on, man. What's going on here?
Yeah, we gotta really re-examine what it is we talking about. Like, you know,
who did they see? You see what I'm saying? Because you can't see the creator. That's the impossibility. So what did you see? We know that thing is God. A WASPI reveals that God is a one-time man. So now that we actually look at the being that we see, and we see it is a man, what is the problem? And then he admits that he is a man.
Yeah.
What's the problem? I think the problem at that point is cognitive dissonance.
That's exactly.
Because you thought one thing was one thing your whole life until you found.
And you know what's crazy, Cal? Today we learned in the Book of Inspiration that dissonance is a form of evil inspiration. You can't make this up. That's what I'm saying. The actual word is in there. It says dissonance. See, you guys know, like at this point, these things happen too many times for them to be coincidences. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How you speak on a word that we just read about in WASPI today? The exact word, dissonance. It's an evil inspiration. Not direct inspiration. It's more indirect, based off your birth and your surroundings.
And man's surroundings in a WASPI, you dig what I'm talking about, or the things of his self are called shaitan.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that puts a whole nother spin on Satan and God. You dig what I'm talking about? Because it, you know, removes it from the realm of fantasy and puts it smack dab in the realm of reality, when you understand that God and Satan are really not outside of you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can get on God time or demon time.
Either one.
Man can get on something righteous or something evil at any moment.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So what I like about a WASPI though, man. Look, every tub got to sit on its own bottom, Jack.
That's right.
To me, that makes sense. That makes sense. You know what I mean? It makes more sense to me than you telling me somebody died for something that I'm still doing or used to do. You know what I mean? Like it just don't even make sense. But
that never made sense, because I ain't never seen Jesus do no time for no nigga.
Yeah, exactly. And then even in the Nazarene scene literature, it's like, no, it's responsibility. You ain't nothing getting forgave because you spilled something innocent. What you mean? You know what I mean? You spilled innocent blood and talking about that, and that's supposed to redeem you from who?
And then they own book tell them.
You know what I mean?
And then they own book tell them that the blood stains the land.
Yep, numbers 35, 33.
The blood stains the land. But wait a minute. How could that be when your God is telling me to go kill the Perizzites, kill the Hivites, kill the Jebusites, kill the Canaanites? So that land is infested.
Yeah,
with the blood and the spirits of men slain in war, born in chaos on the battlefields. This is why they in the war. This is why it's so much war in the Middle East. This is why it's so much war in that northern Caucasus, southern Russian region. This is why it's so much war and the threat of war out there in China. These are places where massive deaths have occurred, right? Where man has been killed under the auspice of the great, what I like to call the great fakery, right? The great fake in America history is a thing called patriotism. Man has laid down his life for ideals that purposely got him killed. They were the whole purpose. Patriotism, and for you to go to war, right, is the methodology that the false gods use to enslave you. That's why he wants war, because now you're bound to him. Y'all don't know. They say my people die for a lack of knowledge. Well, how you over here mealy mouthing? How you over here gum bumping when your own brothers is bringing you some knowledge that you know is a higher light?
Yeah.
You know this is hard for you to comprehend. Why? Because it is highlight.
Man.
Stop faking and be real, and just ask the questions you want to ask. You dig what I'm talking about? Because most of what I'm perceiving is most people are just confused.
Mm-hmm.
They're confused. I asked you read today, right? Where it says any man can say they heard from Jehovah. One man say they heard from Jehovah and he go and kill his neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And he say I heard from Jehovah. And the other one, his words is all peace and wisdom, and thou shalt not kill. And true God asked the question: which one of them came from the Creator? The killer, the murderer, or the guy who is all peace, wisdom, and comprehension? I just asked the question. Right, on Facebook, right? It's just a simple question. There's no names needed. You ain't got to worry about who. First thing he said, well, what's the name of the gods? I said, what? What names? What are you talking about? He said, the two beings, the one that's good and the one that's bad. The one, he said, his answer was the one that allowed it. I said, what? The one that allowed what? You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, little girl, come on. Okay, come on. You can come outside with Papa. Hey. So, hey, you hear that little baby? You gonna go get something? Go get it. Go ahead. I'm watching. Okay. So, they're greatly confused. I was just asking which one, the killer or the guy of peace, comes from the Creator. You know what I mean? He went bro. I ended up just having to block him.
You dig what I'm talking about? Man, they'll go all the way around and try to justify some things that they know that ain't making sense. And that's why I've been on them. Like, hey, look, no, we're going to keep it real first.
Yeah.
If you ain't gonna do that, then we don't need to be talking.
Right. And then I think they think we be playing. You know what I mean? They think we like Hebrews or Christians or some shit. I don't know what they think, like we supposed to be soft. Now, when I tell you something, young fella, if I tell you, look, you done put up 85 posts on my link. You dig what I'm talking about? And I've been asking you the same question: which one come from the Creator? And you done beat around all around the bush. And I tell you, the next words that come out your mouth better be answering my question. And you do anything other than what I tell you to do, it's the honky hole for you, boy. You dig what I'm talking about? You got to go in the hole. And you got to wear this red nose and this floppy red shoes. with this dunce cap and sit your ass in the corner because I'm gonna leave you in the dark. That's the worst thing I could do to you. Just leave you looking stupid. So, hey, look, anybody, if y'all listening, man, and y'all trying to ask Cosmo anything, y'all better come with some decorum and be nice. Or else I'll just stop talking to you. Because really, fuck you. Now, we being nice. You dig what I'm talking about? My brother's a lot nicer than me. You dig what I'm talking about? They're a lot nicer than me because I see the BS coming.
Yeah.
So I just know to cut you short. Because in the end of the day, either way. Either way. Because see, the thing is, I know I got to do the work. Yeah. Either way. I'm going to have to save you from this hell in this life, or I'm going to have to come and save you from hell in the afterlife. Either way, I can't escape it. So I'm more of the mind of let you niggas bump your head as many times as you want to. Cause in the end of the day, you gonna scream out, Cosmon, Creator, come save me. And he gonna send me. And guess what I'm gonna say to you? I told your dumb ass. Now come on. I told your stupid ass. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm more like Osir. I'm more like Osir. Osir said, I got a short patience for willful ignorance. That's me in a nutshell.
Yeah, he wasn't playing no games.
No, I ain't playing none. Yeah, you dig what I'm talking about? That's my guy, Osir, man. I can't wait to meet this dude.
Yeah,
the crazy part is, let me ask you this, Mally. After all this serving of the God and all this stuff, does it say that you will get a one-on-one with your God in the Bible?
Nah.
Damn. So I gotta go through all this shit on earth.
Not like that. You can pull out certain verses like, if you do my will, if my will abides in you, and you do what I say, then I will come to you and become one with you, just like my Father is one with me, and we're all one. Like it's real vague. It ain't really nothing.
That's Jeebus, but that's Jeebus. That Jeebus, that ain't God. Or wait a minute, Tazariak said it was God.
Yeah. He
So
already hung himself like that shit.
Yeah, that don't even make sense. None of what he said. Nah, I thought, if I'm mistaken, now correct me if I'm wrong, Mally. When man was created in the garden, right? He did tell man to replenish the earth, right?
Yeah.
He did tell him to multiply, right? He told him to tend the garden, right? He told him that vegetables was gonna be his fruit and his medicine, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Well, those are laws given in the Garden of Eden to Adam, man. This nigga Tazariak is a quack job. And there ain't a Hebrew worth his zeets that agree with that.
Nah, man, you can't.
Not one. None of them. Even the niggas in ISUPK don't even agree with that.
Yeah, he completely winged his answer on that.
Man, that was shameful.
Yeah, it was like 7 or 8 commands, or it wasn't suggestions. He went to, hey man, if you feel like it, be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth up, or replenish the earth. If you feel like it, have dominion and shit. If you feel like it.
Now, hey Mally, in your spare time, could you, if you could, please replenish the earth for your boy? You dig what I'm talking about? And the crazy part is, I never got this part. He says, replenish.
Yeah. Yeah.
I never understood that. That means that it had been replenished before, and now needs to be replenished. So Are we even?
You don't get some new cabinets hung and say, let's refill these cabinets. No. That's a read. That mean it was filled up before. That
Right.
means that's not even the first creation. But see, that's
Wasn't
the
even the first creation.
you don't want to talk about. You know what I mean? Like, hold on.
Uh-oh.
There's a whole nother creation out here.
Uh-oh. Who did? Well, then who got created? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Because if we do, they really want Cosmine to get off into this topic.
Yeah, because he's telling Adam to replenish. Here, go that way.
Mhm. Now, mind you, this circa about 3700 BC. You dig what I'm talking about? This 3700. So, if you're telling about a birth of a people or the creation of a people, it begs to ask the question, who is commonly believed to be the last people genetically on the planet? Who, in their history of their selves, say they were created circa 8,000 to 6,000 years ago? And then you got to ask your question, does the physical representation of the God on the planet, right, does it match these last people or atoms created in the last 6,000 years? So we look at the physical representations of Christ. They are two. One is Serapis, right? Physical representation of Christ. The other is Jesus. So, using a little logic, right? A little math, if this latest people on the planet is spoken about in the Bible, right? Their Adam and their people should be represented in the human stock today. So we go and look at a representation of Jesus, and it's a pale-skinned European. So in the Bible, are we actually, and remember, their creation date starts 3761. Nothing in that whole Bible predates that date. So they have no historicity pre-3761. And if you're talking about a new people being created, that can only be one people. Uh-oh.
Right. I see you.
Uh-oh. Now, see, I don't put no leading information. I just stack the information up and let you compare it for yourself. Right? When we look at the Moses of the Bible, when we look at the Abraham of the Bible, even though Yeshua is described as having brown skin, what is his representation, his image look like? They are pale-skinned Europeans. So it would make sense if Adam is the record of the last human species created on the planet, obviously through admixture, we're not talking about an old text at all. We're actually talking about a people usurping a history and writing themselves in.
Oh, okay.
You dig what I'm talking about? Taking multiple stories from multiple places, multiple understandings and dichotomies, and smushing them together. And remember, there was no written. The first pale European to ever write in Europe is 750 BC, and his name is Homer. Nobody pale from Europe wrote anything before him. And this is why your Tanakh don't even come to 300 years later after Homer. Huh? The people had to learn how to write again. Uh-oh. Is this why you speak Hebrew? Hebrew is a Canaanitish tongue. Didn't the Babylonians speak Hebrew? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Was there a hijack? Did you get a whole bunch of stories in your book when it was only supposed to be 10 statutes, laws, and commandments? 10. You got a whole bunch of stuff while you was in captivity. While Daniel told you you had lost your language. Well, what language did you speak then? And then they act like once Ezra and, well, wait a minute, once Cyrus, the Persian, the anointed Messiah of the biblical Hebrew God, it was Cyrus who allowed the Hebrews to go home. But guess who didn't go home? Ezra. The Jews became the bankers in Babylon. And from that time, roughly 450 in the writing of Tanakh to now, we have seen the Jews tied in with every type of usury imaginable. So this ain't about black and white. Remember, there's different types of white, just like there are different types of black. Whiteness is not a monolith. Everybody didn't own slaves. Everybody didn't hate niggas. White folks not a monolith, just like you not a monolith. You don't want people to put you in a box. Stop putting them in a box. Especially when the Greeks readily admit shit. We got everything from Egypt, even our gods. Herodotus and Homer all admit that Zeus is from Egypt. Ain't no two ways about that. You know what I mean? So that'd be something, we might need to look into.
I'm already here. You already know you cooking up something.
You know I'm on this paleo Indo-European language.
I know.
I've been on that, so I've been looking into that, man, and I've been finding. Well, first of all, I ain't got no problem with just telling.
Cal, you can't give our enemy too much. You can't. Not right now. We ain't gonna give too much, big homie, because I already know. See, that's what I'm saying. Like they don't understand how much we rap outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't understand. We rap damn near every day.
This a whole crew. This is what they not understanding. You about to get whooped by 4 people. We not ain't no fair. Everything fair. We jumping you every time. Every time y'all get in the ring, it ain't never one-on-one. Never. We a family. We gonna jump you every single time. Care nothing about your feelings. Don't care about nothing about you. What you talking about? Shouldn't have came over here huffing and puffing. That's what you shouldn't have did. Now you done got stumped out, and then your brother came around checking on you, and he got jumped on. Y'all better leave these faithers alone and just come on and act nice and come play with our PS5. Right? Because y'all still on ColecoVision. That Bible, that thing is a Etch-a-Sketch. We are WASPy is PlayStation 20. Nigga, this shit 3D. We don't know what. Listen.
Oh, man. I must say, bro, it go hard. It go hard. And again, if my people ever get past the colorism and they personal biases and they prejudice, bro, I'm telling you,
I'm telling you, it's gonna open the world up.
It's so much. The information is so vast, and it can be verified in real time.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I
the
mean?
dope part.
Like, see, ain't no coincidence with that. Like, how? And then you get to thinking, like, hold on, okay, 1881, man. Fuck, wasn't no internet then, man. The typewriter just came out. Dang, well, how the fuck was this shit? You know what I mean? They just now discovering a lot of this stuff, man. You know what I mean? This stuff predates back to when YHWH says that's the time cycle that it went down in. So that's the type of stuff you can't make up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that ain't got nothing to do with the other, but it does.
Right. When
100+ years before it actually is discovered, and then making it the primary then. Primary at that point. Like, it's the first source of information written down, so that archaeological discovery you discovered from 12,000 years ago, YHWH is a primary on that.
Listen, it's
come on, like that right there proves it's a primary. Hell, that shit wasn't discovered in 94.
Hey, listen, it's so much about this planet. I've been just still adding stuff to the doc. You dig what I'm talking about? Loading up the gun. I've been just loading up the gun. You dig what I'm talking about? Smashing this vortex here into this gamma gun, into this gamma ray. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm about to burn Torah Nights like they did Hawaii. This is a direct energy weapon.
Yeah.
I'm about to surgically burn and cauterize that whole infection called Torah Nights.
Look, I already know it's over before it started. And look, I already seen the vision and all that. I've already seen us chopping it up right afterwards, laughing like, dang, dude got cooked. You know what I mean?
Y'all know we gonna have that after show on Cosmon Cal TV, man. So y'all sub, like, share. You dig what I'm talking about? And hit that like button while you're up in here, man. It's free.
That's right. That's right. Well, it's all good, big bro. I'm about to get up out of here. Love and light, you know what I mean?
Hey, while y'all at it, y'all go check out the sister Sophie at Dragon Lotus Meta Universe. Yep, Dragon Lotus Metaverse. And check out her and sister Deshawn LaFay it's on now. Y'all just going right over there. It's called Dragon Lotus Metaverse, right? Or Meta World.
Type it in the chat, Carol.
Yeah, I think it's Dragon Lotus. Hold on. Let me try to type it and put it in I'm on my phone real quick. It's somebody. Hey, listen, Anna Tolson, she listening. Anna Tolson is listening. You dig what I'm talking about? Put it together, Anna. You already on the right path, so I ain't got to say nothing. You dig what I'm talking about? I think it's Dragon Lotus Meta Universe. Meta Universe. That's what it is.
Y'all tap on in. Y'all already know, man. The gang is warm, but that light is shining. You dig? So we gonna keep dropping these megaton light bombs. You dig? And hey, look, shine this light exceedingly and melt your false god, and send you in to clean and sweep up your god. You know what I mean? Create a gang, you bring them, we raise them. Bless up, family. I salute you all in the name of the ever-present Creator. The all in all, that always was, is, and ever shall be. Bless up, love and light.
Peace.
Bless up.
Bless up. One.